Salutations, my Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm. We're social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. I am back, and I have pizza. Huzzah!
And I am your host last time on Wannabe, the brainstorm of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing all right, and apparently I came back at exactly the right moment for me.
Yeah. As the title of this podcast says, we will be covering the things regarding the Batman, not just the review of it, but other things. We kind of had to put this off simply because we had to play catch up since February happened, and we were busy with that. And we just kind of needed a free and playing catch up with certain stuff in March as well. So yeah, so we're getting to that now. I saw it kind of when it, like the day after it first came out. And I've had time to like really kind of think and meditate on it. I probably should have watched it maybe a couple more times just so like I had fresher details in my head. And Dawn, you recently saw it yourself, right?
Yes, I pirated it recently. Ironically, I saw the deleted scene before I saw the rest of the movie, but oh well.
Right. So we're gonna start with the review first. I didn't really have like a bullet point thing or structure for this, so I guess we'll have.
And if it seems like I'm distracted or like I'm not doing as much talking as usual, it's because I'm eating while we're talking.
Right.
Because I got busy talking to some other people online, and my family ordered pizza like an hour ago, and I just like 20 minutes ago realized I haven't had any pizza yet. God damn it.
And I'm kind of helping with dinner right now, like making it, I suppose. So I might sporadically disappear for moments, as I often do. So keep that in mind. But for the moment, right now, okay. So I guess overall, the thing kind of discussed with first is the tone, I suppose. I don't want to get into the story just yet. So overall, I find the tone of this movie very interesting, to say the least.
It's definitely not only is it an interesting creative choice, but I think it was probably the correct creative choice for what that Reeves was going for.
Yeah. Like if I remember correctly, he said like he's taking a lot of inspiration from like movies like Seven, Chinatown, which is very evident with like the kind of story that was being told. And again, we'll get into that later. But like just how it's like really set, like just kind of the atmosphere that is built up in this world.
Yeah, if Joker was the comic book genre's answer to King of Comedy and other Martin Scorsese movies like Falling Down and Taxi Driver. This movie is the answer to Seven or other David Fincher movies, or even, and I didn't realize this until I saw the deleted scene, but kind of Silence of the Lambs, which is one of the reasons why I kind of wish they had left the deleted scene in, but we'll get to that when we actually cover it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just it's also like it's dark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that word gets thrown around a lot. What I mean by that, in terms of this and like describing this movie, it is dark in a way that it is both gothic, as Gotham has always been depicted, in most media. I'm not excluding like the Christopher Nolan films and maybe the Joel Schumacher movies. Although, man, there's debate. It's kind of gothic, but also it's like a neon gothic, I guess. But that's besides the point. Yeah.
This is another way of putting it. It's dark, but it's not grounded. It's dark in a stylized way.
Which is ironic. Sorry.
Like for example, a large part of the complaint with the Snyderverse, and I agree with it, is it was unnecessarily grimdark. This is not a boys style grounded realistic dark or a Zack Snyder grimdark sort of dark. It's dark in a stylized way, like good noir is, or it's similar to what I think Tim Burton was going for with his Batman. It's different because it's not quite whimsical dark like Tim Burton was, but it definitely is still stylized dark instead of grounded or grim dark.
Right. Nice Dragon Turtle. I still argue that Joker should have been its own movie. Haven't seen it yet, but from what I know, it seems like the Batman stuff was tacked on for brand recognition or to exercise the copyright.
I disagree. If you've ever read Alan Moore's The Killing Joke, it basically was the Killing Joke or the backstory parts of the Killing Joke as seen through the lens of Martin Scorsese's Falling Down, Taxi Driver, and King of Comedy, especially. That's my retort to people who are like, but the comic book stuff is so tacked on to Joker, it could have been its own movie. Yeah, no, it couldn't have been, because it was a straight adaptation, or a fairly straight adaptation of The Killing Joke. It was just an adaptation of The Killing Joke, or the backstory parts of The Killing Joke, rather, done through the lens of a Scorsese movie, in the same way that Ant-Man was a heist movie, or Guardians of the Galaxy was a space opera romp comedy, or the Captain America movies were a war movie in the case of the first one, and political thrillers in the case of Winter Soldier and Civil War, which is a good angle to go for if you're going to do a Joker movie. Doing it in the style of the King of Comedy makes perfect fucking sense. So no, it couldn't have been its own movie, because it was an adaptation, basically, of the Killing Joke.
Okay.
And anyone who says it could have been its own movie either isn't familiar with how you can take a stylistic lens and shape it to source material, or is just unfamiliar with the Killing Joke.
Okay.
Anyway, we're not here to talk about Joker for the 500th time, even though I would love to. We're here to talk about the Batman, which is the comic book genre's answer to Seven, or Silence of the Lambs, in the same way that Joker was the comic book genre's answer to Scorsese.
Right. Okay. So, right, and kind of get back to tone. Again, it's dark in a way that it is. Well, basically, what Dalton said previously, I didn't really have anything else to add to that, but it's also just like it's grimy as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
but also fantastical.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I specified when it came to the darkness, it's not grounded or realistic darkness. It's stylized darkness.
Right. Here's a tone. I think we've almost covered everything we could with that. I guess kind of going to the world then, as we kind of brought tone, and the world is part of the tone. So the world, like this Gotham is super interesting to me because it does not feel like it both feels and doesn't feel like a city in our known reality. Like it both does and doesn't feel like that.
It has its own identity. It's obviously, as most versions of Gotham are, which is why it's called Gotham. It obviously takes some inspiration from 1920s through about 1950s New York, but it also isn't just a one-to-one surrogate for New York or Chicago like Nolan's Gotham was. Nolan's Gotham was basically just uh, New York with little bits and pieces of Chicago thrown in. This Gotham is its own city. It just also happens to, like most versions of Gotham, take inspiration from the very Art Deco-esque New York of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
Right. Okay. Probably helps that it wasn't filmed in like the typical filming locations for that kind of city, that like Chicago and stuff. I believe they used Detroit, and not like the fancy places of Detroit either. And a city called Glasgow. I don't know where that is specifically. I think it's in England.
Glasgow is Scotland.
Okay. Hey Ed, how you doing? You guys, beverage ready? Right. And also, like, again, like it's weird. Like it has a kind of like the buildings and stuff. It feels like Art Deco, but modernized as well.
Which reminds me a lot of if you guys have ever seen the interviews done with Paul Dini and Bruce Timm in relation to Batman the Animated Series, you know they kind of created their own specific style of art for it. They called Dark Deco. This kind of was an attempt, I think, to do an early version of that. Which that's the other thing. Everything in this movie is an early version of the Batman that we will come to know and love, because it's supposed to be around the time of like end of year one, beginning of year two sort of frame.
Sorry, I had to disappear real quick. I'm back.
No, it's fine. I wasn't sure if it was that or if StreamYard was just fucking up. But
No. Yeah, sorry. I'm helping with cooking. So
no, you're good. I'm eating while we're doing this, which is the first time I've ever done that. So
yeah. Edward, bottom line, is it worth the price for admission? I would say yes, but
yeah, and I hate saying this because I said a similar thing when we got Joker. It really feels like the Snyderverse should not have existed. Like if DC had the foresight to just wait 5 minutes and not immediately jump into the fray with Marvel, and try to just build a quality universe, this is the Batman of this generation. This is the Batman we should have gotten around the time Batman v Superman, but didn't because they were too busy trying to do anti-Marvel.
Actually, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I gotta.
Yeah, he's helping. He's helping with making food, and I am currently eating food. So please, don't judge us too harshly if we're not engaging as much as we normally do. But yes, I would definitely say that this one is worth the price of admission. Especially if the idea of basically Batman, if David Fincher's, if done in the style of David Fincher 7 with little bits and pieces of Silence of the Lambs thrown in, if that at all sounds like something you'd be in favor of, especially bearing in mind that it takes some inspiration from Year One, Year Two, The Long Halloween, and surprisingly, No Man's Land. If that combination of inspirations and that combination of styles seems like it would lend itself really well to a Batman movie or a Batman movie that you would enjoy seeing, then you will like this movie. That's the most I can summarize it down. If the combination of styles and inspirations seems like something that would lend itself well to a Batman movie that you would enjoy seeing, then you will like this movie. If you're looking for Adam West, then you're utterly fucked because this is nowhere near the Adam West wing of the Batman mythos. But
actually, I have something to say about Adam West, but I'll say it later. I'll be right back. Sorry. I just heard that and I had to interject. So I'll be right back.
Yes. Dragon Turtle, in all seriousness, though, I've heard that this actually treats Batman as a detective. The past people always seem to forget. Is that true? Yes, that is definitely true. Like I said, this is if Joker was the comic book genre's answer or comic book movie genre's answer to something like King of Comedy or Taxi Driver, this is the comic book genre's answer to Seven or Silence of the Lambs, with Batman kind of filling the Detective Somerset role from Seven and the Clary Starling role from Silence of the Lambs. So again, if that sounds at all like something that would be interesting to see, you will enjoy this movie. Oh yeah, Ed. Matt Reeves was not shy about his knowledge of the Batman mythos and how much he wanted to cram as much as he could into this movie with regard to the Batman mythos. And I think mostly it was effective. There are some moments and some creative choices that may have been studio meddling that we'll get into that may have crippled it slightly, but even then, this is the best mainline DC Batman thing we've gotten since The Dark Knight. I don't think it's as good as The Dark Knight, though. To be fair, I will say that it is better. It is better than Batman Begins, and it is better than Dark Knight Rises. But I think it's still a genuine toss-up as to which is better, the Batman or The Dark Knight.
I'm back for good this time.
Huzzah.
Okay. Ed Brewer, we saw the delayed scene on E's channel. Now you've seen the movie. Can that scene fit, or was it better? It was delayed. We'll get into that when we get into the deleted scenes. Like,
yeah, we're actually going to react to the deleted scene later, so
yeah.
stay tuned for that.
Yeah. I would okay, so I wouldn't Dragon Troll the common before, so stuck true to the lore or at least the spirit. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd say at least the spirit. He took inspiration from stuff. It's very different. Like anything. Like don't expect like full on beat for beat comic story or anything.
It's not a straight adaptation, but it is definitely a recognized. The version of Batman we got here is definitely a version of Batman that is recognizable and approximate to the version we got in year 1, year 2, or like No Man's Land.
Right.
Go ahead.
No, I was trying to think of something, but I mean, finish your thing, and then I'm sure I have something to talk about.
Yeah. It isn't the Batman stories we've seen before, but it is most definitely the Batman that we know and love in a world that is at least on its way to becoming. Honestly, I could easily see this Batman becoming Kevin Conroy's Batman.
Wow.
In a few years, um, especially if the Batman trilogy we get is sort of um, it sort of shows the progression from this early year 1, year 2 Batman all the way to an established Batman with a rogues gallery all his own and so forth. And we're slowly. I think if this movie gets a sequel, which it most definitely should, if Suicide Squad justified a sequel, then this movie fucking justifies a sequel. God
Right.
damn it.
Dragon Troll. I also remember a clip where he was being lit up with machine gun fire and is walking into it. Assuming that I'm not misremembering that he's ridiculously durable or non-stealthy, or did that have an explanation in universe besides that batsuit being basically flightless Iron Man armor? Okay, so it's not Iron Man armor. He is actually pretty stealthy in this. Not gonna lie. I think it's just I mean, to be fair, like if you guys, I'm sure everyone here reads comics. Like that's a stupid question to ask.
Mm-hmm.
The Batsuit, like in the comic mythos, is like ridiculously OP as fuck.
Super Kevlar.
Yeah, like
Basically.
yeah. So, um, so that is fine. I don't know if they explained it or not. Again, I saw this movie like about a month ago, so my mind isn't entirely like I'm not. Things will come to me, but something like that, I don't remember. So
We don't get a Lucius Fox style Q-esque from Q from James Bond esque. Here's all your gadgets and here's the like technobabble justification to how they work. We don't get that.
no.
Like I said, this I think it's a genuine toss up, which is better, this movie or Dark Knight.
John Wick level suit and Brewer. Kinda, I guess. But I guess I kind of want to talk a little bit, like being me. I kind of want to talk about the technical aspects and stuff of certain things.
Mm-hmm. Of
So
course.
first off, the music is amazing. Like that.
Oh yeah.
It's some of the best Batman music in like film, specifically film.
Yeah.
It's like animated that
Yeah.
I like in live action Batman stuff.
Yeah. Barring the Mask of the Phantasm, which is still probably gold standard for Batman. The music is probably the best here we've ever gotten, except for maybe the first and second Tim Burton movies, because that score is just fucking iconic. But
Fair.
I will say that I think there was definitely some inspiration taken from the Burton score that eventually became the animated series score in the music here, which is a nice touch because I've always wondered why the fuck don't they just use the shit from the Burton movies and the animated series again.
Right. I guess Dragon's Roll, but if you can just take Treat Gunfire like Rain, Then why are any mooks a threat, or does the movie not treat them as a threat? Regular people, like honestly, like the regular criminals. No, not really. Uh, like gangsters and stuff, or they're
Yeah,
not.
no, I'm gonna put this in a way that that Dragon Turtle's gonna understand. It's closer to Michael's armor from Dresden Files than it is Titanic bronze. Put it that way.
Okay. Um. Yeah, so Ten Glass. So yeah, like I said, the music is amazing. Michael Giacchino, and this is gonna piss Dalton off. I know it did wonderful here with the score. It's very much its own thing, but it has like every theme that I've heard, specifically like the Batman theme that I've listened to multiple times. And like full disclosure, I legitimately thought about playing some of it for the intro, but I kind of decided against it for multiple reasons.
Copyright.
Yeah. Um, but it's like six. It's also a 6 minute long track, so I didn't want a 6 minute long intro.
Yeah.
So yeah, like this is some of Michael Giacchino's, in my opinion, some of Michael Giacchino's best work.
Which I hate to be this guy again, but where the fuck was this guy when it came time to write Doctor Strange's score? Why did you just reuse your Star Trek Beyond score, Michael? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I knew it was gonna get you riled, so
It will. But okay, it's not just that he reused his uh, Star Trek Beyond score and added a sitar lick for Doctor Strange. It's that Ratatouille, his music was amazing. This movie, his music is amazing. So I can only therefore conclude, since every other movie he's made has had a really amazing, really distinctive score, that he just didn't give a fuck about Doctor Strange. And that is part of what pisses me off. Because the man who wrote the score for Ratatouille and the man who wrote the score for this should have been perfect to make a Doctor Strange score. But instead, he just completely reused his Star Trek Beyond score and added a sitar to it for Doctor Strange's score. And now Doctor Strange doesn't have a unique or distinctive score because apparently, even though Michael Giacchino has the talent to make a really awesome Doctor Strange score, he just didn't give enough of a fuck to try.
right.
And that's why it pissed me off. Moving on.
Okay. The okay, so this has always been a big thing with us, and honestly, it should be like a part of a drinking game of ours if we ever make one of those. Specifically when we talk about like directing stuff and like the technical aspects of movies, the color of this movie.
Yeah, because there is actual use of color. Which, by the way, Hollywood, I am done accepting the excuse. Well, it's a dark movie. It doesn't need to have color in it. No, fuck you. This movie, very, very dark, very, very stylized dark, and has color in it. So Denis Villeneuve and his grayscale Dune can go fuck itself. Um, all the other movies that are supposed to be dark and therefore that's why we can't have any color in it can go fuck themselves. This movie is dark and yet still managed to use color effectively. So fuck off.
That's sensitive. So,
Hmm.
sorry, I'm trying. Yeah, it's really good uses of color. Like, it's not like oversaturated or anything, but it's just really like the shadows are dark. You know, the and when there is light, it really
It stands out.
Yeah, and it's Gotham, and like I guess it kind of makes sense thematically and just kind of setting wise, is that every shadow looks almost void like, or like a wall into blocking something worse behind it. Okay, Dragon Turtle, you can also find ways to do more with less color if you really need to. I don't know how, but it is in my gun. Fair enough. Yeah, it's really, like, the thing also, like, kind of like tying into like what I said with like the tone and like how it's like very gritty and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The color really accentuates like the grime and the dirt and just how almost dystopian this Gotham feels.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like Gotham as itself is always kind of like in the comics and stuff. Uh, it's always described as like hell on earth or the most crime-ridden place in
Mm-hmm.
the world, like crime-ridden city in the world or America.
It's Chicago post Titan attack, basically.
Yeah.
Again, making a little bit of a Dresden reference for Dragon Turtle, and also because I wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, just a really, using a big word here, accentuates
Mm-hmm.
that kind of muck and grime and just almost like an oppressive hold on it. Specifically, like it has like golden yellows and obviously like red as it was like marketed and stuff. Although the red is actually not used a lot as marketing made you believe, which surprised me, kind of. But
Yeah, I honestly could have stood them using it a little bit more, just so that it did kind of fit kind of made this version stand out a little bit more. Now, granted, that this version stands out in all sorts of other ways, so it didn't need it, but
yeah, fair enough.
it
Like,
it could have still used it.
yeah, but also like, yeah, it's very. Does it just get bailouts? Oh no, wait, sorry. By the way, how does Gotham get by for so long with such bad crime and corruption? Is it just that much of a center of business/industry that it can support such leeches and press on, or is it just bailouts? Is it just Wayne Industries charity? I have no idea. Actually, those are good questions.
I would just chalk it up to people's capacity to ignore what's right in front of their face.
Right. Honestly, to be fair, I don't think it is as crime as people make it out to be. Um, I because if it really was, I doubt there would be like those little nice locations, like the parks and stuff.
Well, and this was another good thing they showed in Joker as well, was that everything is decrepit and crumbling, and there are garbage strikes and everything. It's just everyone is so focused on don't don't rock the boat, don't interact, don't just mind your own business, do your own thing, ignore everything around you, that it was allowed to continue for so long.
But honestly, like logistically, you got points there, Dragon Tail. I myself don't know because I'll be honest, I haven't read a Batman comic in a while because I've kind of given up on the big two because no title or anything or even stories that they've announced have caught my interest at all. So I've just kind of been delving into the indie scene a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I guess Oh, dude, okay. So I want to talk about like the camera work in in this movie. Like, holy shit, is it some of the best camera like cinematography I have ever seen?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in my opinion, obviously, like I'm being,
Mm-hmm.
somewhat biased here, but it is really good. Like it somewhat has like the M Night Shyamalan with like his Unbreakable trilogy or superhero
Yeah,
trilogy. It,
it's Matt Reeves brought his A game. He did not, unlike Michael Giacchino in Doctor Strange, he did not cut corners or assume that it didn't matter because it was a
so
comic book movie.
right, okay, so here's like I said with like M Night Shyamalan's like superhero trilogy is the frames are made to look effectively like I guarantee,
Panels, yeah,
yeah, like comic panels, like artworks, like full on 2-page story.
or at least the important and iconic scenes are. There are some scenes kind of in the middle that miss the mark just a little bit, but
Okay,
the
fair
the
enough,
the
but
the the scenes that would be the equivalent of splash pages look like freaking splash pages,
yeah,
basically.
dude, it is like I guarantee you, if you were to like put this in like an editing software and like go frame by frame,
You could turn it into a comic.
yeah, like it looks like it would basically be a comic. Um,
It almost is a it's a more effective version of what Ang Lee tried to do when he made Hulk, just because he didn't have enough comic book movies to base his style off of.
well,
Um,
okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's completely true. Um, Granted, the Batman. Uh, this is also another thing I really like is they actually filmed. Well, for one thing, on practical sets. You know, not digital sets like most MCU movies. I'm not trying to shit on them. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just pointing that out.
they cut corners where they don't have to and they don't need to,
Right, and
and
also
where it uh undercuts them more than it should have
right.
to.
And like the cameras are like every shot is framed on set, like during shooting. Again, I'm not trying to shit on Marvel. That's not my intent here. I'm just comparing the two since they are both superhero movies, and one in
And Marvel and DC are always compared to each other, so comparing their movie franchises is also fair game.
yeah. Um,
There's a reason why they're the big two, ladies and gentlemen, both in moviedom and in comicdom.
yeah. They're again like the shot. Like again, it's well made in the sense that it is very much shit. Sorry, my mind just blanked that very second. Yeah, everything's also practical. Well, not everything. There is CGI, but it is used very sparingly, and it is well made. Like it doesn't look cheap. You know.
Hmm.
Granted, I think the extra like 2 years they had to work with kind of helped.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's like technically wise, it's well made in like various things. I don't really have anything else to talk about with that. Dumb.
Um, one thing I've heard a lot in people's criticism is this isn't Playboy Bruce Wayne derp. Um, and
Hold on, I want to. I
okay,
I guess we're in the story now. Unless you want to talk
yeah.
about characters first and then get into the story.
Okay, we can do it whichever order you want to do.
Well, I guess we can kind of mix story and characters together. So
Well,
whenever.
Whichever you want to do. I can save my point for when we're talking about characters if you want to do story first.
Yeah. Okay, let's get story first. I don't think I personally don't really have much to say. I think it was good. Let's. I don't know about you, but let's get story done first, and then we can talk about characters. Story wise, it is definitely a Batman story. Like I could totally see this be like a comic mini series.
Mm-hmm.
Not like a full on series, obviously, but like an arc within a series.
Yep.
Like 5, maybe 6 issues.
Yep. Let's see. I have issues with the story, but it's going to require going into characters in order to go into my problems with story.
Right. Okay. I guess my general thought. I mean, yeah, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but to me, like no film really is perfect.
Well, yeah, no. The standard of perfection is ludicrous bullshit, but there's such a thing as like the best of all possible
Yeah, true.
versions of it, and
I do again. I do think it is comparatively to other Batman films. It is one of the best.
Yeah.
In terms of live action, to be more specific.
Like I said, I would put it above Batman Begins and above Dark Knight Rises, and uh, it's an honest coin flip, I think, as to which is better, this or the Dark Knight.
Right. Yeah. It is very much a detective story, which is good. Inter- it is very, it's weird. Like it is a detective story, superhero story. Like I'm using air quotes, obviously, on that term. It's kind of, but also not.
Well, in the same way that Batman is ever a superhero, I guess you could. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's not like if you're going in here expecting like full on like an epic, I guess.
Yeah. Like okay, so best way to analogize this. In Nolan's movie, he was a ninja first, or in Nolan's movies, Batman was a ninja first, then a cop, then superhero. In this version, I think it's fair to say, um, Batman is a detective first, then a vigilante, and then a superhero.
Right, and that does change, kind of getting spoilery. That does kind of change, or is alluded to change at the end of the story. I guess we can get into characters now, just because like I I feel like we have to talk about them in order to talk more about the story.
Yeah.
Okay, so kind of what you started with the Batman with Bruce. Um, do you want to start off on that? Because I got
Yeah, okay, because I actually, yeah, I did have a point about Bruce, and mostly in response to some criticisms that I've been hearing from other people, because a lot of people have been complaining, oh, he's not a playboy, he's not a playboy, he's not a playboy, and Bruce Wayne is supposed to be a playboy, and I'm like, okay, one, this is Bruce Wayne at the very start of his arc, so he might not have figured out the utility of being a playboy yet. Two, this is a story set in modern times, and the archetype of the playboy billionaire isn't really a thing anymore. The the like current archetype for your average billionaire is something along the lines of Zuckerberg, in the sense of like the shut in billionaire eccentric that you hear more about than you actually like see or interact with. Um,
um
so I don't see him not, even if we wind up in a Batman series where he never adopts the Playboy role, I don't see that as a problem because it's more a reaction to how billionaires work now.
Right.
But
Well, also,
I could also definitely see a situation where he basically figures out the utility of using Bruce Wayne, the public figure, as a mask to hide his Batmanness.
Dragon Turtle. I always saw the three elements of Batman as Detective, Ninja, and Mister Plan, Says Contingency / Gadget. I mean,
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think we'll ever quite get the MacGyver-esque contingencies for everything Batman. Though I wouldn't mind seeing a version of Batman that ended up being a little bit more like I wouldn't mind seeing a version of Batman that was more like Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes in the sense of like being able to like diagnostically take people apart in the space of an instant.
right. Right. Some things I had to say about Bruce. Like, yeah, I also agree with you though on like, Playboy persona. Reddit again, it is also a persona, and
yeah.
This Bruce Wayne, it honestly seems more. I don't like using this word simply because it has the connotations that I don't fully. People use it in a term that I don't fully agree with. It's realistic that he is more closed off, antisocial.
Yeah, because he's a trauma victim. Like that's a key part of Bruce Wayne is he's a trauma victim. And no, I don't mean in the edgy sense of, oh, he's psychologically damaged so he couldn't possibly do anything good. No. But you have to, he doesn't have to be constantly wallowing in despair to be a realistic representation of a trauma victim because he's working through some personal issues. Because that's what Batman is his like self-medication. His self-medication for all of his trauma and his personal issues is I am going to do good so that no one ever has to experience what I experienced.
They're actually
basically.
I'm sorry, it's just you said that and I legitimately just thought of the lyrics to a song that a fan made of the Batman movie that I watched a few weeks like a few weeks ago. It's actually a rap, so Don wouldn't like it because he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
I like if anyone if anyone just likes good music, which it is good music, like the guy who makes that stuff, it's called the Batman rap Vengeance. Like type that into YouTube, check it out. I would recommend listening to it because honestly, I think it could. I don't know why, but I think it could have been in the movie as like one of those end credits songs that people put that like movie studios put into movies these days. I don't know why. But yeah, like Bruce being that way. But granted, like it's also very nuanced. Like he's not fully like it's weird. Like he is antisocial, but he's not like how like we originally saw him, like the look like on the first teaser and stuff, like the makeup and stuff. Like he's still like we thought he was kind of somewhat sociopathic or deranged. I think how it went, but he's not really like he honestly. Again, he's very awkward, which
he's off kilter, but he's not insane.
No.
He bears the scars of shit that's happened to him, but he bears them without snapping.
Right, and again, like it's very. It just makes sense that Bruce, who is still learning to be Batman, and again, like this is a Bruce Wayne, and like they said in interviews, is like he doesn't really care much about Bruce Wayne, and in the movie, it's very telling that he's very much Batman almost 24/7.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne's resources are a means to the end of I need to be Batman.
Yeah, specifically in this movie, and that is a character flaw. He's flawed, which I think a lot of people tend to forget is like the uber Batman fanboys.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to throw shade, and it feels like I am, but I'm not.
But he's not omniscient.
Right. Yeah, he's he's not perfect. He's a broken guy, and he's trying to do good, but he's still he's making mistakes. He still makes mistakes.
And once again, it's worth noting this movie is set somewhere between the end of year 1 and the beginning of year 2. So
it started on October, and for one thing, I actually did some math with the guy my uncle and I, who went to see the movie together. The whole movie technically takes place over a week at least.
Yeah. But point being is this is a Batman who is still kind of working the kinks out of what it means to be Batman.
Yeah, totally, and again, I'm kind of pulling from interviews. Is this Batman at that time? Every fight is personal for him. He's letting his emotions impede him of actually doing the right thing.
He's still a child on the maturity level. He's still
honestly,
he still is daddy's little boy who lost his parents in the alley.
Yeah, honestly, more a teenager than anything.
Yeah,
complete with emo look.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he is again
he's still stuck in the maturity level of a 12-year-old, and he needs to learn to deal with that.
Yeah. There's also this thing of I don't know how, but it feels like his kind of view of the world from most of the movie, how he kind of starts out, right? His major flaw is he views the world in kind of a black, I'd say pseudo black and white in a way.
No, it is definitely black and white, and it's interesting because of what we were just talking about with him being a trauma victim and him kind of being in an arrested maturity sort of state. At least at the start of things. It's interesting because a common thing among trauma victims, among people who have what are known as cluster B personalities, narcissists, sociopaths, borderlines, etc., is they do this thing called splitting, which is something is either entirely good or entirely evil. And I think the point of this movie in terms of his arc, in terms of his destiny, is he needs to learn the inconvenience of the gray area.
Right, and that was something I also noticed as we're getting more into the story with the character arc and stuff. Yeah, so spoiler. This is a review of spoilers, and I'm sure everyone knew spoilers, but still, okay, so there's this guy in the funeral scene where it's this average Joe, and who it turns out to be one of the henchmen for Riddler later, right? And Bruce Wayne kind of just walks past him. He hears what the guy says, but I don't think he really paid attention, right? And he's kind of let these, both as Bruce Wayne and Batman in a way, they both kind of fail to really help people not go down that kind of path, and
because they're so busy exacting vengeance, and I say that because
another thing with the whole vengeance thing, which was which was also kind of, I guess, kind of in the marketing as well with the red.
Yeah, and it was I think it was an intentional choice to show just how much the focus on revenge and vengeance is getting in the way of him actually doing good as Batman.
Well, I think it's more the interpretation of vengeance that was the flaw. Because I don't Batman has always been vengeance, but more so a righteous vengeance.
Well, yeah, but I think at the very least, the Bruce Wayne of this universe had a very emo, like edgy, like Dark Lord, sort of interpretation of
Right,
vengeance.
right. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm more just saying that was the flaw, is his
Yeah,
misinterpretation of
yeah.
being vengeance.
This movie's whole like dramatic thrust is him learning the difference between uh am I am I doing this purely for my own gratification, or am I doing this for a higher purpose? And
Right.
I think, yeah,
Well, no,
go
please,
ahead.
no, please finish your thought.
I think at the very beginning with the whole I am vengeance thing, um what we see is him fully enmeshed in the I am dealing with my trauma, I am working through my own personal issues, and I am doing this for my own self gratification version of Batman. And what we see by the time the credits roll is him realizing, well, shit, no, that this needs to not be not only is self gratification not the point, but it shouldn't be about the self gratification. It should be about the sort of higher purpose, the righteous vengeance, if you like.
Yeah. Ironically, I think, like, well, not ironically, but I do think some people kind of misinterpret that, is like, because you know, he wants to be a symbol of hope, which Batman is both in just other media, specifically comics. Batman to the people of Gotham, like to both groups of people, like the innocents and the criminals. The criminals, yes, he is the symbol of vengeance. He is the symbol of fear. You know, the
Well,
demon.
I think what the difference is um Superman and Wonder Woman are symbols of hope because they can afford to be. Batman it Batman is a symbol of justice because he lives in a world that desperately needs an enforcer of justice.
Okay, fair enough. That is truly fair. But I do think he's a symbol of hope to the people of Gotham, specifically, again, to the innocent people that are often getting
Well, yeah, hope for essentially an enforcement of fairness, an enforcement of
justice.
you know justice, and an enforcement of the idea that
There's
uh,
actually, like, God, it's been so long since I've seen this, and I should have, like, saved it on my phone or something so I could pull it up. But there's like a comic panel I had seen, where Batgirl explains to Batman, not Batman, Superman, of how she views Batman, like, says he is, like, a symbol of hope to the to people, because he fights that darkness, like plunges himself into it to pull others out of it. Something along that line. Like, I'm not remembering completely, but
right. But yeah, that's the difference between uh, a Wonder Woman or a Superman and a Batman is um Wonder Woman and Batman are or Wonder Woman and Superman are the shining lights that drive away the darkness. Batman is the force of justice that actually actively combats the darkness.
uh, Dragon Turtle, Batman is essentially a terrorist. He can be everywhere. So he becomes the monster that hides under criminals' beds, daring them to mug that old lady and see what happens. Um, I don't.
I mean, a terrorist in the most literal sense, in that he uses fear as a weapon, maybe, but I think terrorist is remarkably uncharitable in context. Um,
Yeah.
um,
Hmm.
Batman, it's okay. It's the difference between, and I'm pulling this out because of something that Dragon Turtle and I were talking about earlier. It's the difference between an angel and a gargoyle. An angel, um, drives away the demons because their light is too painful to deal with. A gargoyle gets in a wrestling match with the demon and fucks it up. That's the difference. Superman and Wonder Woman are the angels who shine their light of hope and joy and and truth and so on into the darkness in the hope that their light will drive away the demons and the evil. Batman is the tactical gargoyle that goes in and fucks the shit out of the demons because they need it.
Okay. Giant Toll says that's what I meant in that little sense. I meant more that he weaponized fear. Yeah. Okay. It's just that word has a lot of.
Yeah, and I kind of gathered that that's what you meant because I could see myself saying something along those lines. But yeah, to be perfectly fair, in the most literal sense of he uses fear as a tactic, you could call Batman a terrorist. But in the sense of he commits mass murder for ideological reasons, no, he's not that kind of terrorist.
That's Joker, actually.
Yeah, no, I guess because if chaos and absurdity and essentially entropy in the extreme is Joker's ideology, as we see in the case of um both um Heath Ledger's Joker and to some extent with Arthur Fleck's Joker, in the sense of I used to think my life was a tragedy, now I realize it's a comedy, so I laugh at it. If that is the Joker's ideology, if you could call it an ideology, then yeah, the Joker is that kind of terrorist.
Yep.
Batman is the gargoyle what gets in the wrestling match with the demon to fuck said demon up.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to really. Well, okay. I guess Alfred, even though he's not in the movie much, which is kind of a downside, but I kind of get it.
Well, I wanted to talk about I wanted to talk about the Riddler.
Well, I know. I'm just tying Alfred with Bruce right now, just because.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So, yeah. He is very much a father figure. He's like Alfred always is, but yeah, he just seems like a really good dude. And because how the story is, which is very much point of view, Bruce kind of is isolating himself from Alfred during the movie.
Yeah.
So it makes sense why you don't see him a lot. And I hope if this movie gets a sequel, that we get to see more of their dynamic together.
Which Warner Brothers? Why the fuck haven't you announced a sequel yet?
Right. Go by the Killing Joke. Part of it is just proving that others are.
Yeah, it's one bad day is the other aspect of his ideology.
For the record, I'm technically living proof that is incorrect.
Well, I mean, you may very well just have a higher one bad day threshold than most people.
Well, yeah, that is a joke, and I'm not going to get into why.
Yeah, but regarding what Brainstormer just said, as I've joked many times before, Brainstormer basically has a superhero backstory. In that life just kept kicking him in the balls metaphorically over and over again, and somehow all it did was make him this cinnamon roll with a perfectly functioning moral compass that kind of frankly gets in the way of my more misanthropic tendencies sometimes, which is probably ultimately a good thing, but it's still annoying. God damn it, you perfectly functioning moral compass having motherfucker. Right. But nevertheless, nevertheless, yeah, Brainstorm basically has a superhero backstory, but he is most definitely in the vein of the things I've gone through have made me a better person, not a worse one. But I would defend the Joker's position slightly in the sense that it's not that characters like Batman or Brainstormer don't have a breaking point. It's just that their breaking point is higher than most people.
Right.
But everyone, I, I think the part of the Joker's philosophy that is defensible in some sense is no matter which threshold the breaking point is on, everyone has some kind of breaking point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, right. I guess the Riddler, who's the primary antagonist, the Riddler, because I know you talk about that. My general thoughts, because I don't really have much. I thought he was. I thought he was good. He was good, kind of foil to Batman in a way. He's very much intelligent, very much dangerous. Actually, like there were a lot of scenes, specifically like the opening of that movie, that really fucking made my skin crawl with this rendition of the Riddler, in like a good way, but also like, yeah, it's just they like they said, you know, they took inspiration from like the Zodiac killer, John Doe from Seven. I don't want to say Hannibal Lecter because
that's more Barry Coogan's Joker that took inspiration from Dr. Lecter, which I hope to fucking God we see him again.
Yeah,
at some point.
We'll get more into this, you know, when we get to the delete scene. But yeah, don't.
But yeah, it's not the Riddler was done badly, because there are so many ways they could have done the Riddler worse than they did in here. I do, however, think that this is one of those areas where the modern zeitgeist didn't do him any favors, because what they really could have had is a Riddler who basically functions like the Jigsaw killer from Saw, and makes those sorts of traps and things. But instead, what we got was misunderstood incel Riddler, because we have to vilify the incels, don't you know?
Right.
And that was one of the areas where I'm like, this could have been so much more interesting if you had just taken the mastermind that you were building him up as and actually gone all the way with it, rather than, oh no, bait and switch. He's actually he's actually an incel, and he's actually not as clever as you thought he was. He was actually just trying to communicate something else entirely, but did so poorly because he's insane.
Or it could be that Batman misinterpreted it. You know, I'm sure he's not.
Well, but in either case, I would have much rather seen a version of the Riddler more analogous um to Jigsaw than Elliot Rodger. um and again, I don't blame Matt Reeves for that. I think this is partially studio meddling, because this to me smacks of, we have to find some way of being subversive with it, don't you know? Yeah, no, fuck off.
Right. I think most people have a one bad day point somewhere. Not everyone, where because of their ideology / worldview, or just being wired differently, they just won't break into a monster. I mean, it could still go other ways, like what happened with Batman. Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah, but I would still throw out there that it's very possible that that people have different breaking points. It's not all a
That's what he said.
Yeah, it's not all a one size fits all breaking point. It's a, maybe you just haven't fully gotten there yet.
Don't.
Like, I'm sure, like, okay, for example, if the Joker really, and I mean really, wanted to push Batman over the edge, kills Alfred and any other members of the Bat family that are around at the time of this particular storyline, then you get a Batman who is finally driven over the edge. It's not that Batman hasn't reached.
Skeleton.
Yeah, sorry.
He did say that though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just gonna go with the side characters then, and
yeah. Which one do you want to do first? Do you want to do Catwoman first?
hold on. I tell why does the Riddler do what he does in the comics? I never got a Jigsaw impression, more like an OCD, solve my riddles, or an evil mastermind style god complex.
Oh, okay. If you guys want to know, if you guys want a good understanding of the Riddler, as I understand him, there's an episode of the honestly kind of underrated
The Batman.
Batman, yeah, the Batman cartoon series that was done for Kids WB back when Kids WB was a thing. There's an episode of that focuses on the Riddler, and it is an amazing character study for the Riddler. It is by far and away my favorite adaptation of the Riddler any um in any version of it. And it's it's better even than the way they handled them in um the animated series, because the animated series, while it's still the gold standard for everything Batman, and as well it should be, the Riddler is one of those characters that I don't think it never fully got. I think a better version of what they should have done with the Riddler was done with the character of the Clock King, Temple Fugit, in Batman the Animated Series. Um, and so yeah, if you want to understand the Riddler as sort of Jigsaw gone supervillain, that the vibe that I'm kind of getting, or the vibe that I could have easily seen them go for in this movie. Watch the Riddler episode of the Batman Kids WB series.
Also, the Riddler is voiced by Freddy Krueger. Charles. No,
Robert Englund.
Robert England. Thank you.
And also same voice actor as Felix Faust from the DC animated universe.
Right. Isn't that what happened in Injustice? Oh, Joker killing.
Yes, yeah, that's basically what I mean. It's not that superheroes don't have a breaking point. It's that they haven't gotten to them yet, and we should all pray and thank our lucky stars that they haven't gotten to them yet. Because if they ever do, injustice is the result.
Yeah, I don't want to get into Injustice. Honestly, I despise. Well, not despise, but I really don't like Injustice.
It's not the best version of itself as it could have been.
Yeah.
If Batman was the character that snapped instead of Superman, it would have made a hell of a lot more sense.
Right. Okay, so trying to tell the Batman was great. Why does everyone focus on Batman the animated series and overlook the Batman? Except the Batman did the Joker a bit weirdly feral. I don't like that Joker, to be honest.
I mean, it's an interesting Joker, but I will agree that it's not the best version of the Joker that we've seen. Oh, I will say though, like I said, what they lack in a cohesive Joker, they make up for in a cohesive version of the Riddler, which is a weird thing, but
I don't know. I still like the Joker.
No, it's still an interesting version of the Joker. It's just not in the same ballpark as a Mark Hamill or a Heath Ledger or a Joaquin Phoenix, or even I'm gonna put him based on the one scene that we've seen of him so far. I think Barry Keoghan has the makings of another Joker of this generation.
Right. Okay. Bill, Criminal Enforcement Division. I want the Brightburn universe expanded. I mean, if you want it, fine. I'm not going to judge you for it.
I mean, they did set up that there was like a Wonder Woman and a Aquaman of the Brightburn universe in like the last scene, so
Yeah.
they could easily do that.
Also, apparently, Crimson Bolt, who's that?
One assumes the Flash.
No. It's like, well, for one thing, the guy who played Dwight in The Office. It's a James Gunn like superhero deconstruction movie called Super. Basically, this guy has a fucking midlife crisis and shit. I don't remember much of it because I didn't really saw it. I wasn't. It wasn't my type of movie, really.
Mm.
You know.
But yeah, they did set up that there were equivalents of at least the Trinity in the Brightburn universe, and I think what they were gonna do with Wonder Woman was gonna make her basically a witch, and I like the idea of a Wonder Woman fueled by dark magic. So there's potential there for a universe if they ever get back around to it.
Right. Right. Side characters for the Batman. I guess start with Gordon. He was really cool, and Jeffrey White was so good in this. Like, honestly, I could say that about everyone in.
Yeah, no, everyone did the best they could with what they were given. Yeah,
which was actually pretty good. Like, we usually say that as kind of a sort of excuse, I guess, as bad as that sounds.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's like good material. You know?
Yeah, which is why I think that the Riddler's less than optimal ending was probably a result of studio meddling.
Right.
More than it was Matt Reeves, because Matt Reeves did really well with everyone else.
Right.
So
For the record,
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say that his Riddler probably would have been more analogous to Jigsaw, and then the studio came in, with the social justice ideologues and went, let's make him an incel instead. Derp.
Yeah, and for some reason, for one thing, you really buy the partnership and like something that would blossom into like an actual friendship with him and Batman. Like in this movie, you know, like they like it's a weird like they have subtle humor about them and like they're very professional, but they're also like very cordial with each other or casual as well, which I find really cool. Again, Jeffrey D. White, like I do not mind that he's black. Like Gordon is black with this. Like,
I mean, Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent in the Burton movies, and nobody cared. So I don't see any reason why we should care here.
I still feel incredibly robbed to not have seen him play Two-Face.
Oh yeah, no. In a sane universe, Tim Burton would have done all 4 movies.
Right. Although there is a someone did like some guys on Channel Awesome did a full like I don't know 1 hour video where they pitched a movie with of like what Tim Burton directed, like Batman Forever.
Yeah.
Which I watched and I thought was really cool.
Yeah. But then again, if Joel Schumacher hadn't completely shit the bed, we never would have gotten an MCU. So
fair enough. Okay, but yeah, it's just like like I don't mind that Gordon in this universe in this movie is black because it's a great actor and I did not see the race.
Yeah, his race was never an issue, and they never made him deliver a BLM stump speech like they did with like they did with a Nazi in season 2 of American Gods.
Yeah,
they just stopped the show dead and had him deliver a BLM stump speech. Fucking annoying.
Just he was amazing. Like he was just like I honestly say he was somewhat like the dry-witted comedic relief in this movie.
Yeah.
Like
he's a cop who's been there and done that, but hasn't become blackpilled about it yet. It's the serious cop.
It's very much like year one Gordon.
Yeah,
you know?
He's a serious cop who's obviously seen some shit, but has learned how to make dry humor of it mostly.
Right.
Um,
Um,
in a similar way to how Karen Murphy usually is in Dresden Files.
right. He, yeah. He's also like, I don't know why I'm always getting like just this weird thing is like I'm sort of reminded of Lethal Weapon a bit with like with Batman and Gordon's dynamic with like Batman being Riggs and Gordon being Murtaugh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's just like Batman's kind of the young, danger-seeking uh, cop.
You know who else Gordon this version of Gordon reminds me of? Gibbs from NCIS.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, I see that. I actually might see that more. Well, I see. It's a good combination of a lot of like various other characters.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. No, it's definitely a cop who has seen some shit but isn't letting it bring him down,
Yeah,
kind of thing.
like well, the thing about Gordon is he's. The weird thing is, I think publicly he is kind of considered the more um, symbol of hope for the people of Gotham, like in the day and stuff.
Yeah, it in a similar way to how Harvey Dent was before the Two-Face accident in The Dark Knight.
Yeah. Like in terms of public officials, Gordon seems like the guy who who has the best interest for people of Gotham at heart. Like he's like one of the only guys that is fighting against the corruption and not being corrupted by it.
He's the good cop.
Yeah,
He's definitely the good cop.
yeah. Um,
Also, and I can't believe it took me this long to make this connection, but remember the show Castle?
yeah. God, that was a good show. Like
The
I
captain
watched so many.
in
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
It's just a good show. Like I can't believe. Like I honestly watched it for Nathan Fillion, who's just amazing all around.
Well, yeah, Nathan Fillion is good, but Beckett and Castle's dynamic was really really good too.
Yeah,
But my point in bringing it up was the captain in Castle is very much this version of Gordon, kind of. And I'm not just saying that because they're both black. It clicked in my head and I couldn't not say anything.
that's actually. I'll read that later, Dragon Troll, because that's really cool. It's just I do want to kind of get up past this review because we've been on it for about a little over an hour now. So,
Mm-hmm.
okay. So Catwoman, who was kind of like another major character. Zoe Kravitz, really good. Uh, um, very seductive, which works for Catwoman, obviously. Uh, I don't really have anything. Well, okay. Her relationship, like her dynamic with Batman, is really cool. Um, it doesn't like they're kind of it's weird. Like I don't think they forced the romance. Like it does feel like it came naturally, like it grew naturally over the film.
Mm-hmm.
Um, granted, the kiss thing felt.
Yeah, that was definitely. Well, we have to have a satisfying kiss at the end to make this an interesting movie, kind of thing.
I honestly kind of would have waited on that. Like
Yeah, I would have maybe had the kiss happen in the third movie.
yeah, like we kind of see the formation of it.
Yeah, or one of them leans into the kiss and the other one says, "Not right now," and then that could have become like a running thing of like every time they're in the midst of in the thick of it. Um, one of them leans into a kiss and the other one goes not right now. And
Right.
then finally in the third movie we could have had, they finally they beat the final big bad, and it's like, now finally we can kiss. That would have been good.
Actually, okay, so they did put in that one line. I don't remember if you remember that, the rich white guys dumb.
Yeah, the white privilege line.
Yeah, like, which is really stupid.
And again, and this is I'm willing to, and I'm hoping to God that Matt Reeves is not a massive SJW.
It doesn't strike me as one. Just again, like, look at like the Planet of the Apes movie, specifically the last.
Yeah, it's also, he's too much of a genuine nerd to buy any of this toxic fandom bullshit. So
right.
That being said, I'm willing to chalk it up to one of the script writers, or maybe one of the people they got to like oversee the script was like, we have to put some kind of social justice in here, so we'll make Riddler an incel, and we'll give Catwoman a line about white privilege. Genius.
I'm honestly more surprised they didn't make Gordon say some shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm and this is why I think it was more the studio or one of the behind the scenes creatives than it was Matt Reeves, because if Matt Reeves were a massive SJW, they would have given Jeffrey Wright a BLM stump speech as Gordon.
Right.
Again, in the same way as they give a Nazi a speech about black kids and human trafficking in American God season 2. But they didn't. So
yeah.
I'm willing to bet it was a lot. There's probably a version of Kathleen Kennedy that works for Warner Brothers, but fortunately with less power, who was like, let's make Riddler an incel, and let's give Catwoman a line about white privilege. Boom.
Right, okay. Okay. So Giant Charles raised a good point. Doesn't it usually take a while for the bat/cat ship going to get this bat/cat ship going? At first, she's just flirting for fun / to manipulate him, and he's not biting. Okay, so that's interesting because in this movie, Batman kind of uses her as like a proxy for his, like, again, like, it's kind of like it's with his flaws that he doesn't
have much regard for people because he's too busy focused on his own bullshit.
Yeah, I was honestly gonna say like he's antisocial and thus doesn't view people as people.
He's your typical like traumatized narcissist, basically.
Right. But with like the story that Catwoman has, like her history and stuff, and they actually, like, you can tell like they borrowed an idea from the Long Halloween where Selina is the half daughter, not half daughter, the bastard daughter of Carmine Falcone. Also, the guy who plays him is really good too. He actually played in the Bayformers movies, and he was the Section 7 guy, the Sector 7 guy. Can't remember his name. And I can't remember the actor's name, and I feel really bad because he did really good, actually. I'm gonna look him up real quick just so like I know his name and I can say it. But I think everybody else, like, this movie's over 3 hours long. Not over. It's near 3 hours long.
Yeah. It's a long one,
right?
Folks.
But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it personally.
Yeah, no, and Dragon Turtle and I were actually having this conversation earlier, where it's like, if the movie's good, who cares if it's long?
That was a weird. I actually like. Actually, I have some stories about the time when I went to see there. Actually, I remember. No. I'll mention that later. But my kind of like thinking of like I don't think it's a full on romance. Obviously, I think it's the beginning of one.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just have to remember that John Turturro, I think, or Turturro, who's Talmor Falcone, or Falcone. Yeah, it's just the beginning of one. Granted, in the end, they do part ways. Selena wanting to kind of leave Gotham behind for the time being because she has to deal with her own things of like her past and stuff, like going on a personal journey, and Batman has to stay because it's his responsibility to look over Gotham and stuff. And for the record, Riddler wins kind of in the end.
Yeah.
At least in his kind of initial goal.
Yeah.
He floods like a good portion of Gotham.
That's the other reason why I suspect the studio rewrite being responsible for the worst parts of the Riddler thing, because I think in Matt Reeves' original draft, the Riddler probably was more of a mastermind, and then the studio ended up changing it. But the ending where the Riddler wins was already part of the script, so they had to shoehorn in. Yeah, he wins, but it's sort of by accident.
Like full disclosure, like even though like those shots were in there, like in the trailers and stuff, it still shocked me.
Yeah, just because they're in there doesn't mean they were didn't imply that they were in the same context. So when it actually happens and Batman actually fails to stop the Riddler's plan, it's like, oh shit, and now we're doing No Man's Land. Fun.
Right. What? I don't think there's anyone else of like real note to mention.
No, we did Bruce, we did Alfred, we did Gordon, we did Selina, we did Riddler. No, I think we're good.
Oh, Penguin, dude! I almost forgot about Penguin. Not much to say there. Like I think he was the more overt comedic relief of the film.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, Colin Farrell, like again, like with everyone in this film, did fucking amazing.
I liked Colin Farrell's Penguin, but honestly, given the choice between Colin Farrell's Penguin and Barry Coogan's Joker, I would have rather Barry Coogan's Joker.
That's right. Dude, the prosthetics are amazing. Like the makeup, dude. It's like for that. Dude, this movie, like I don't know why, it's just the style is fucking amazing.
Yeah, no, it's very much like a Batman comic, very dark but very stylized. And it works.
Okay, so Giant Turtle asks, was he the sort of comic relief that could still be taken seriously, or was he just a joke, referring to Penguin? I think to the characters, he was maybe seen somewhat as a joke, but I could see him being threatening.
Yeah, no, there's still a low-key menace to him, and apparently Warner Brothers wants to give him his own TV series on HBO Max. So
that kind of would make sense as like a kind of a filler between this movie and the second Batman movie, to see like his rise to become the Kingpin after Falcone's death.
Yeah. But again, I think you could have still had like a Penguin miniseries set in the Batman universe without having him necessarily in the movie. So I still would have cut the Penguin scenes and put the Joker deleted scene back in.
Yeah.
That would have been my edit for this movie. Well, that and make the Riddler more mastermindish like Jigsaw, and edit out the white privilege line. Those would be the only changes I would make. Cut out the Penguin stuff, swap it for the Joker. Make the Riddler actually a mastermind, and cut out the white privilege line. Those are the only changes I'm making to the movie.
Yeah. But when I say comic relief, I don't like he's not. He's not just like a throwaway joke character or anything. Like,
He's not a joke character, but he is more funny than most other characters in the movie.
yeah, like he's kind of levity in a dark sort of way. You know,
He's
everyone
he,
else is very
he's he,
serious because like it's serious. He just does not give a shit about it. You know,
he's very much the dark, dry humor, the sort of why should I be expected to give a fuck sort of character.
I do hope, like again, I do kind of hope that as if and when, because let's be honest, when they are probably going to greenlight a sequel, like
If for no other reason than the Barry Coogan scene caught on like hotcakes, so
yeah,
I'm
um,
sure I'm sure someone at Warner Brothers saw that and went, okay, so we very obviously need to make him the villain in the next one.
right. Yeah, I don't think we have anyone else. So as I set everything up, and I will give a brief mention of the stories that have some things that kind of happened to me while I was watching the movie when I went to the theater because I like going to the theater. Um,
Mm-hmm.
uh, um, Actually, give me a minute because I need to mute myself real quick. So entertain the chat.
Yeah. Nobody has added anything to the chat, so I will attempt to fill the dead air with noise just so we don't have that air. Uh, um, I wish I knew a song that was Batman related so I could fill the void that way, but alas, unless we're talking, um,
Oh
the
shit! Fuck! I almost forgot something real goddamn quick. Um,
mm,
because I mentioned like Adam West regarding this film. Uh, um, See, I actually made a post about it when I first saw the trailer, like the original like teaser trailer, like 2 years ago in 2020.
mm-hmm.
Um, where I had mentioned some things reminded me. Drag Show says dance, monkey dance.
Yes, I saw.
Yeah. Um,
Never.
right. I could try pulling it up, but it's been like 2 fucking years, so I don't. A year and a quarter, maybe. It was like October, so. Uh, oh, right, the Elseworld Batman thing, but I'll get to that. But the thing I was gonna mention was the the Adam West Batman thing with relating to the Batman movie. For some reason, when I was looking at things, and I was like, I don't know why, but it came across to me as somewhat uh, that this seemed like I did like the way I phrased it was like a '90s reboot of the Adam West Batman. Like how the car looked, it
Mm-hmm.
looked like it kind of looked like the original like Adam West Batman uh, Batmobile.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the the villains in this movie, you know, like the kind of original cast, plus like you add in the Joker too, you know, like the '60s Batman, you know, like you got the Riddler, you got the Penguin, you got Catwoman, you got Joker. Uh, there was, I think that was it, but like it just seemed, um, to me, it just seemed like kind of that thing. Like I'm not saying like they could have taken inspiration from that, which would be really cool, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but and not to mention like there is some like cheese and hamming going on in this movie from specifically like the villains, well, Riddler and Penguin, and also Carmine Falcone.
Yeah, and what we saw of Barry Coogan's Joker in the deleted scene seemed like he was also going that route, but nevertheless.
But it also works because it's very like subtle cheese and ham, and that's not.
Yeah,
like, I wouldn't say that
it's
like the cheese and ham. I'm just pointing that out.
It's cheesy in the same way that John Doe from Seven had his cheesy moments, or Dr. Lecter from Silence of the Lambs had his cheesy moments.
Yeah, the memeability, I guess, would be the more modern term.
Yeah,
like fava beans.
Yeah,
I can't do that. Like I know I can't do that, so I wasn't even gonna try. But yeah, it's just.
I can't normally do it either. I'm glad we were recording, so that is for posterity. I actually managed to do it for once. Yay!
But yeah, I just thought that was really cool, and like maybe I was the only one that saw that, or maybe I'm making, or like I'm connecting dots where there are no dots. But I just thought it was a little fun thing there. I guess we can cover the Elseworld thing that Dragon Troll talked about, because I'll be honest, I kind of do want to put off video for like a good minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so warning. This is one he mentioned previously, like 923. What if instead Batman's parents were killed for a blood sacrifice? Bruce Wayne went 50-50 with what he did and occultism and became the Gargoyle, fending off supernatural threats in Gotham.
That is a very ironic name for him, DT, because much in the same way as I remember I told you and Chrono about our version of the Marvel Universe, which was Lionhearted. Our version of the DC universe, which is called the Paragon Pantheon universe, has a version of Batman who is basically Gargoyle Man in it.
Yeah.
Though there are no occult connections, though unsurprisingly, I lobbied, goddammit, but
hey, we got plenty of stuff. We got plenty of supernatural stuff in the Lionhearted, okay?
We do, and we have some in the Paragon Pantheon as well. So it doesn't need to happen, but for the record, if it weren't for the fact that we already conceived of Gargoyle Man and already have storylines for him, I would be lobbying to add your angle into it. But like I said, we already have Gargoyle Man established, so in our writing, and we can't say anything more specific because thieving bastards on the internet and things.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay, so this video Dalton sent me a while back. I don't remember. Like I'd have to check the logs when he sent this to me.
Yeah. But anyway, that what you just saw was our review of the Batman, and now on to a remarkably stupid one, courtesy of one Bob Chipman,
aka Movie Bob. So full disclosure, I haven't seen this. I might kind of see. I don't like to go into these things watching things.
He wanted to react fresh.
Yeah. Granted, I think you sent this to me like a month ago or something.
Well, it would have been a few days after, or maybe before the Batman actually came out.
March 9th, 2022. So yeah, a little less than a month, but close to a month.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't think you sent it to me like the day after it was made or something. So.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the next big picture, the anti-Batman Batman movie. Just the title alone, I kind of just call bullshit on that.
Here there be cringe, ladies and gentlemen. Here there be cringe. Yeah, but you knew that.
I feel like we gotta talk about the ending first before we get into this with like Batman, because I feel like a lot of people have misinterpreted it. Granted, kind of from my perspective of the movie and how I've watched it. But again, like again, Bruce's or Batman's major flaw within this movie is, again, like the kind of extremist black and white view of things, and his kind of very antisocial personality.
He's still working through his personal injuries and his trauma, and he's using
Violence.
crime fighting essentially as self-medication.
Actually, that makes more sense. I don't know why I said violence.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and this is actually a really good movie. It didn't make me like I mean, it made me smile.
Mm-hmm.
It made me smile. Like it made me feel good things. Is again, like he kind of realizes as part of his character arc for this movie is again that kind of selfish vengeance thing. Like, he is this, I guess, flaming sword of wrath.
Mm-hmm.
They portray themselves as to the bad guys.
Yeah, but no dragon turtle. That would actually be an intelligent way of phrasing the anti-Batman Batman movie. But this is Movie Bob, and Movie Bob is one of those pseudo-intellectual hacks who has to interpret and symbolize and non-diegetically enforce every possible lens onto movies rather than actually addressing what's actually in them. So no, that's not what Movie Bob means. We'll get into what he means.
Right. So back to the ending, just so we summarize it up in our interpretation of it. Is, well, again, Riddler floods the city because it has seawalls that blocks out a lot of, like, I guess.
Chopped yet?
Sorry, my grandfather came in and asked me if I got dinner yet. I would grab that actually pretty soon. I just wanted to get this done. So Batman. Yeah, Riddler floods the seawall, like blows up the seawalls, floods like a good portion of the city, like the lower part of the city at least.
Like No Man's Land.
Yeah. So full disclosure, I haven't read that. I've watched videos on it, but I myself have not read it.
Nor me. I just know things that I've seen in videos and also research on Wikipedia and so on and so forth. Because again, for those that don't know, Batman is not one of my characters. My characters are the mystical ones and the cosmic ones. And while Batman can certainly get into the weirder side of things, like with Gotham by Gaslight and so on and so forth, he's not usually one of my characters.
Yeah, that's fair. Still a good movie though. But yeah, like after he's bested the Riddler goons that were trying to basically just kill a bunch of people for just at what they interpreted. There's also a thing like he sees like the guy I had mentioned like really early on of like this random Gotham guy who takes on the guise of the Riddler, like comes from his henchmen to help kill a bunch of people that he thinks have wronged him and the people of it, like the regular people of the city. And he says he is vengeance when someone, like the police who are arresting him, ask who he is. And Batman looks at him and he realizes that, if he kept on with like this kind of selfish, like vendetta kind of angle of vengeance.
Yeah, if he keeps on with the "I'm gonna punch my pain away" approach, it's not gonna end well for anyone involved.
It's basically like the argument he gave to Jason in the Under the Red Hood movie of like if he kills the Joker, he becomes something even worse than Joker.
Which would be really interesting to have a Jason Todd in this universe after 2 or 3 movies. If they skipped right ahead to Jason Todd's Robin instead of Dick.
Honestly, I'd be happy with just a fucking Robin at this point.
See, I'm of the approach that it's not that I hate the Batman family, but I like Batman better when he's a solo act.
I mean, he has good stories on his own. I think the main problem is no one knows what to do with the family dynamic. Is the thing.
Well, that's the other problem of the writers don't like challenging themselves for the most part.
They really don't, and I don't know. It's frustrating because there are a lot of really cool characters. I mean, like there is a webcomic, like an official webcomic that is being made with like it's called the Bat Family Adventures. It's very much like kind of a kid-friendly thing, sort of, where it kind of explores that family dynamic. And I think it's pretty good for the most part, from what I've read of it. But again, the thing is like, so and like he even says it, in the narration, which they have narration in this movie. I don't think it's bad use of narration because, because
it's like a comic.
Yeah.
Since Batman doesn't talk often, we get access to his internal monologue.
It's like also he's writing it in a journal as well, like Rorschach's journal from Watchmen.
Which again, good choice. I mean, what detective worth their salt doesn't keep records?
Yeah.
Even Harry Dresden. I mean, they're called the Dresden Files for a reason.
Right. What the fuck was that? But he's helping like get people to safety, like as there's evacuations on like the rooftop of the flooded building that they were just in. After he helped people get out of like wreckage and stuff in the building, and like he helps this woman to like a medevac, like one of those like gurney things that get lifted up, right? And she holds on to his arm. Like again, this is like at the sun, like when the sun's rising, like Batman in the day, which we hardly ever really see. Like the only time we saw it was like in The Dark Knight Rises, and that really didn't have much punch to it or impact.
No, they didn't treat it as though it signified anything. Much like most of the problems in Dark Knight Rises, they didn't treat anything like it signified anything.
Honestly, I'm not getting into that. Really. I'm not getting into that. It's, but yeah, he realizes again, like he cannot continue on with like this singular tunnel vision like path of wrath, effectively.
Yeah. Okay. This concludes the intelligent portion of the live stream, and now on to the movie, Bob.
To be fair, physical records, could be found and used against him. So there is some argument, especially if paranoid, to just keep them in your head.
Well, I mean, sure, but
it's in the Batcave though, so
there's that, and there's also who the hell is going to hack the Bat computer, even if he did try to keep it digitally? Because I mean, someone might hypothetically be able to hack the Bat computer, but between the Bat computer's actual defenses and the fact that it's guarded by freaking Batman, I suspect that the person stupid enough to try and hack the Bat computer deserves what ends up happening to them at the end.
Also, I want to point this out because it's a funny joke amongst the Bat fandom. Batman also has a butler with a fucking shotgun.
Yeah, there's the other thing of like, as dangerous as Batman might be,
Alfred's more dangerous actually, because most like specifically more modern interpretations of Alfred,
he's ex-military.
Yeah, like SAS, which is like I believe Special Air Service in Britain.
Yeah,
and those guys are fucking hardcore. Like I believe Sir Charles Lee, who played Count Dooku and Saruman, also Dracula, and voices many characters who unfortunately passed away some years ago, I believe.
Yeah, Christopher Lee, may badass angels sing thee to thy rest.
Yeah, so he also played Metal, which I find really fucking cool.
Yeah. He in his old age, no less, he was like, you know what? I've done everything else with my life. Right. I want to become a metal singer.
Dude, Yeah, dude was part of SAS during World War II.
Yeah. So yeah, one does not simply fuck with Alfred either.
Right. Giant Troll. Batman doesn't kill, but Alfred does. Oh hell yeah.
Oh yeah, there are significant portions of that to be fair as well. And lest we forget, the Waynes left Alfred in loco parenti with over Bruce, knowing full well that he was a rich kid with no parents, and that whoever they left him with, would need to be under protection, and yet they still saw Alfred as capable of being a effective protector for young Bruce. So
The thing is
there's
also
that.
the thing is also,
In Gotham, no less.
right.
So yeah, there's
The
that.
thing is also, and I'm sorry, like this is a huge, like I don't know why we're doing it, but it's like something that has to be mentioned. Alfred's also a really cool dude. You know,
Yeah.
he's a humble man and was considered a friend of the family as well, not just a
Well,
butt.
there's that, and there's also the fact of 9 times out of 10, when Batman comes away from a fight scarred and bruised and battered and beshitted, um, Alfred is the one who delivers all the first aid and patches him up and things. So
Yeah, he wasn't also like
I think
yeah,
he was a medic too in
yeah, yeah, I
whichever
think
war.
yeah, he was like a battlefield medic, I believe.
Yeah. So let it never be said that the butler of Batman is not an utter badass. But
Yeah,
at any rate,
sorry,
movie Bob.
movie.
And the stupidity therein contained, because it is movie Bob.
Right. For the record, we're gonna have to kind of listen because there are no closed captions, or at least good ones. Like it's only auto generated.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we bat Nana?
We shall bat Nana.
So I honestly thought people were either going to be more excited or more bent out of shape when it came to the Batman, but
What the fuck is with the voice?
What do you mean?
No, it doesn't sound like Movie Bob's voice. Like I kind of remember it. Like I know it's been a while since we covered anything with this, but
No, he sounds like he usually does on these.
no, it sounds like he's kind of putting on a voice. Like it's a little higher.
Well, yeah, he is, because he has a very thick Boston accent, but he always does that for videos. He always minimizes his accent.
It doesn't really sound like it's minimizing. It's more like he's playing it up.
No.
Huh.
This,
I might be misremembering.
I think it's just been a while since you've heard of the movie Bob. So.
Well, to be fair, I don't actively look for his. I don't actively watch his videos. So.
No, I asshole that I am, subject brainstormer to movie Bob.
You subjected me to a lot of shit, man. Don't even lie.
I am aware that you have a legitimate case to beat the fuck out of me whenever we actually meet up.
I'm just gonna flick you, which actually probably would hurt you just as much.
As I recall, you keep a mental noogie counter for all the things that I do that deserve noogieing. So that's that.
Honestly, I've lost track at this point.
Which is probably bad news for me, because that means you're probably just gonna do it whenever you feel like.
I mean, not really wrong. But I don't really have anything to say. You know, not really much said in the first 20 seconds. So.
Yep. Batnana.
Yeah. Batnana.
Batman, but it seems like even though the movie was a pretty big hit, and a few people got pissy about exactly what you'd expect, it was almost exclusively the performative outrage grifters who nobody actually takes seriously, so yeah, a bit of a surprise. I mean, do people not care? I don't think that's it. People obviously watched this. It was a big hit. Is it actually subtle nuanced enough and enriching and intellectually fulfilling enough of a viewing experience that the average audience as a whole.
Okay, first of all, fuck you. Just because you and your elitist friends in your ivory tower don't take the grassroots voices of the fandom seriously doesn't mean the actual fans don't, Bob. Considering that most of them have more subscribers than you do. Just saying.
Okay, he might be building on my tolerance for bullshit, but it doesn't make it any more.
I still probably deserve several swift punches to the gut whenever we do meet up. So there's that.
No, just. Also, not every movie needs to be Citizen Kane. Yeah, no, totally agree on that. Again, I don't think the Batman is like a perfect movie. I think it's enjoyable. It's fun.
I'd go so far as to say Citizen Kane wasn't Citizen Kane as far as the reputation that movie has. I think Citizen Kane was fine for when it came out, but it's one of those movies that has become so pseudo-intellectually pretentious to like anymore that it's like it's an adequate movie and it's a technical marvel for the time it was made, but it doesn't have much in the way of lasting power.
Right.
If it weren't for the fact that it was the darling of the film intelligentsia.
Okay, full disclosure, before I read the comment, Giant Troll just put on there. Full disclosure, never seen Citizen Kane.
You might actually enjoy it because it's about a newspaper tycoon that is like dealing with the sacrifices he made in order to become a newspaper tycoon and how it sort of negatively impacted his life and how he missed out on some of the more meaningful things in life to be more successful. So you might actually like it. There's also quite a lot of commentary even back then on how like duplicitous the media is. There's even a line in one of the scenes where one of the writers that Charles Foster Kane hires to work for his newspaper, he says something to the effect of, "We can't print this, people will think," and then Kane interrupts him and says, "People will think what I tell them to think." And it's a nice and prescient commentary on how befucked the media is.
Right. Oh. Well, sorry, I'm usually in bed at this time, so I'm a little tired.
Well, but okay, I'm gonna disagree with you slightly, Dragon Turtle, and say that it's a false dichotomy to say that something can either be fun and entertaining or philosophical. A truly good movie manages to be both fun, entertaining, and philosophically meaningful. But I would actually go so far as to say it's more important to be fun and entertaining than it is to be pseudo intellectually philosophical. If you have to make a choice between them.
I actually want to interject there. Like in my honest opinion, and I think you and I have had this kind of discussion before, is Giant Charles said, "I didn't mean to imply that you had to choose." Okay, yeah, again, fair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just to clarify, because there are people who, in all seriousness, will make a false dichotomy out of it, and it's like you can either be fun or you can be meaningful. There's no overlap between those two things. And it's like
right. Okay. And not everything has to be some meta commentary. Again, what I was gonna say was, fuck.
Yeah, on that point, I agree entirely.
Right.
Meta commentary, actually, in my opinion, is kind of pseudo-intellectual. It's not even intellectual because the commentary about a movie is only ever going to be and ever supposed to be secondary to the actual meaning of the piece. It can add it's like seasoning on food. It can add nice notes of flavor here and there, but it's not the actual nutritional content of the piece. And the reason that modern day Hollywood is so fucked is because they've completely forgotten that. They think they can hand you a plate full of salt, and they think they've actually served you something. And when you complain, why are you serving me a plate full of salt? I asked for a steak. When people complain about that, people go, "Oh, you primitive, meat and potatoes dieted motherfucker. You don't know how beautifully tasty this salt is." And then of course it's like, well, sure, but I wanted something nutritive. Derp.
Okay, sorry, I went to grab dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I?
Dragon Turtle said something about meta commentary.
No. I read that, but I was going to say something. With what you had said earlier about like prioritize, fun and entertaining, and interesting first, or like thing.
And then if you can somehow work in a philosophical angle after that, then by all means.
Kind of my thing is like, well, again, I write stories all the time because I can't style myself, and it's fucking annoying sometimes because I basically
like okay, for those who don't know, every Thursday, Brainstorm and I have just a random chat session where we just hang out, and 9 times out of 10 of those, he comes in and is like, "You won't believe the thing I thought of over the course of the last, 3 days." And I'm like, "Okay, what this time?"
Yeah, it's...
And then we spend 2 hours usually establishing a whole new universe.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Honestly, it is both, like, the creativity that I have is both a curse and a gift. Sometimes I really say it's a curse, but anyway, that's sensible. What I was gonna say was, for writing a story or creating something specifically, like I guess with a movie and stuff, is obviously creating the story. Making something interesting, making the characters good, and all that, and whatever themes or ideas that come out of that is more circumstantial, at least to me.
And something I added every time we talk about this is they should arise as organically from the material as possible. You shouldn't set out to create a story with a theme. You should set out to create a good story, and if there are themes, then so be it.
Yeah.
And I would give an example of what I think is probably my and Brainstormer's best collaboration to date, but some asshole would steal it. So suffice it to say, it's a story called Avarice: The Tale of the Last Nephilim, and you'll probably be able to buy it from is it Alternate Comics that Tim and Mark use?
That's Iconic, I think.
Okay, yeah. You'll probably be able to buy it from Iconic Comics here in about 5 years, whenever we get that far.
Yeah. Dragon Trail says, where I can find my own Brainstormer. That sounds great. Good question. Like, honestly, on paper, this should not work. Like, me and Dalton hanging out and stuff, man. I could not tell you.
That I mean, I would offer to share this one, but they're rare, and I'm not gonna find another one. So yeah, he's mine.
Anyway. Oh god, these fucking fries are spicy. Anyway, shall we?
Yeah. Banana. Back to Bob.
Whole was capable of experiencing it as an experience and sitting with it rather than incorporating it into the loud and stupid interpersonal meaningless conflict that comprised our daily existence. Sorry, I can't even pretend to finish that thought with a straight face. Oh, you're really nice.
What are you doing now, Bob? What are
Was
you?
it that all the most obnoxious voices in the popular...
Sorry, I could stop at 1 minute. So
Bob, see, this is what vexes me about him. He'll criticize other people for doing a thing while he is in the process of doing the exact same shit, just from the other end. Like, Bob, what are you in the what is the entire premise of this video? What is this video for? Could it possibly be doing the exact same thing just from the opposite ideological angle? You moron, the size of an entire subcutaneous dimension. God damn it. Moving on. Banana.
yeah, sorry. I went to get a drink real quick. I just got it.
Yeah. Is it beer again?
No, it's water. I actually gotta start drinking it more, to be honest.
Okay. Good for you. Healthy life choices for the win.
My grandfather chewed my ear on it, so.
Well, I guess.
Honestly, he's not wrong. So yeah, it's.
I guess grandfatherly advice for the win then. But yes, healthy life choices are good now. Banana.
You say that as I'm eating like a pork chop with fries.
You swapped out soda for water. Baby steps.
Fair enough. Yeah, so banana.
The culture who'd otherwise have been making hay about woke Catwoman or incel stereotype Riddler, too busy figuring out which side they were supposed to be on to pwn the neo-libs now that the topic du jour is an actual war and not a stupid culture. Holy shit, that actually seems to be it, isn't it? Oh my god, I was joking, but that's actually the reason, isn't it? Jesus titty. But really, I think it's got more to do.
Okay, Bob. The reason more hay wasn't made about those things is because they were not large portions of the movie. This is another thing that bothers me about you, Bob. You have no concept of scale. You think that any reference to these things is in your mind good, but in your enemy's mind bad, no matter how minuscule either of these things is. And in the case of the Batman, yes, it was there, and the people that care about it did mention it. Like we just got through mentioning it. But for one thing, it was very obvious that Matt Reeves is a genuine fan of the material, and therefore any circumstantial ideologies that he might have brought to the table were circumstantial at best. And for another thing, it's likely, as Brainstormer and I just got through talking about, that those elements were effectively glorified studio notes, and that actually Matt Reeves' original idea may very well have been more along the lines of the Riddler as a surrogate for the Jigsaw Killer, and Catwoman not mentioning white privilege at fucking all. But some stealth Kathleen Kennedy over at Warner Brothers may have said, let's make the Riddler a incel, and let's make Catwoman have a line about white privilege. But nevertheless, these things don't have a incredibly negligible impact on, or an incredibly negative impact on the material. Much in the same way as I didn't complain that the cast of the show The Magicians frequently spout off uppity college kid social justice diatribes because they're uppity college kids. And most of the time the show itself doesn't take a stand on whether those ideological constructs exist or not. It could just as easily be, in the case of the magicians, not these characters are talking about this because it is a thing, but these characters are talking about this because they're uppity pricks in college, just like every other pretentious uppity prick in college. The difference is in truly quote unquote woke stories, those themes or those ideological axioms are a driving force of the story. Whereas in the Batman, they could be shook off as glorified studio notes. But I have a strong feeling, and by that I mean I've already watched this and I know for a fact you're about to. You are going to go off and make these momentary elements of the window dressing of the movie into the main thematic thrust of the movie, therefore making the movie sound worse by proxy. Better in your mind because your ideological framework is completely backwards. But if the movie was as you were describing it, Bob, or as you're about to describe it, it would have been worse. But as it happens, the wokeness, quote unquote, of the Batman can be shaken off as glorified studio notes. And the fact that you need that glorified window dressing to be the main point of the movie is more a reflection on how you have to see non-diegetic themes as the central axis of the story when they categorically are not fucking any such thing, Bob. Moving on.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta wipe my hands because I was eating pork chop.
And then we shall bet Nana.
Yeah. Okay, so Dragon Turtle. How can I, Bob? How can I most negatively interpret my enemies? They aren't complaining as much as they about those things as I thought they would. Clearly, they can't figure out which side's problematic traits they identify with. It's like saying, and this is from Dragon Turtle himself. And, It's like saying that your enemy didn't do anything wrong because they were busy jacking off to the idea of kicking puppies.
Basically, the reason why my enemies didn't do this bad thing I was expecting them to do is because they were actually doing an even worse thing, because my enemies could never possibly be three-dimensional people with their own three-dimensional motivations for believing the things they believe. They must be a one-dimensional comic book supervillain mustache-twirling idiot. So I need to find a new way that they're actually idiotic mustache-twirling idiots.
Right. All right. Hands are clean for now.
Yes. And now we shall dirty them by diving back into the shit that is Movie Bob. Bat Nana.
Do with the whole decoupled from continuity thing actually having a tangible effect on the way these things are received now. The Flash or Flashpoint or whatever they end up calling it hasn't even officially dropped a real trailer or come out to definitively establish that it's really happening yet, but it feels like everyone has picked up the vibe that Warner Brothers is really moving ahead with some version of a DC movie strategy whereby the shared universe continuity is going to keep on trucking as...
God, the guy's saying so much in like fucking a second. It is hard to like.
I mean, we can always lower the speed to make addressing the points easier if we have to.
I mean, you seem to understand. I can kind of go off what you're saying. So.
Okay, so yeah, play that bit again because I actually missed that part because I was looking at the chat.
Okay, give me a second. It's God, his voice is annoying.
It's called gish galloping when you essentially bully your opponents to death with 1,000 points that should be separated but aren't, so that they miss the bulk of them. It's called gish galloping.
So that's really telling of how disingenuous of disingenuous of an argument he's making.
Well, yeah, it's like I can't cope with any single one of my points being argued, so I'll put a bunch of my points together so that no one in their right mind could possibly parse them all, and then I'll get away with some of my ideological points not being questioned. Yeah, it's gish galloping, and movie Bob and other people gish gallop by way of presupposing they're already right a lot. That's the other thing that usually causes gish galloping is if they don't know their position is going to be questioned and they assume they're already right, they can just like to him the idea of things like the patriarchy or white privilege are so uncontroversial or so unarguable that it's like saying the sky is blue. So that's why they can say it so nonchalantly and so flippantly, because to them they're just saying like the sky is blue, water is wet, and fire is hot. That's how central to these people's worldviews these axioms are. The patriarchy is basically as inarguable as the sunrise, and white privilege is as inarguable as the fact that water is wet. So we don't need to spend any time explaining or defending these positions because every sane person already believes them. And anyone who doesn't believe them must either be crazy, evil, or stupid. Derp.
All right, so
the mind of a freaking academic cult in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen.
So I pull it back to 20. So
yeah, no.
Got more to do with the whole decoupled from continuity thing actually having a tangible effect on the way these things are received now. The Flash or Flashpoint or whatever they end up calling it hasn't even officially dropped a real trailer or come out to definitively establish that it's really happening yet, but it feels like everyone has picked up the vibe that Warner Brothers is really moving ahead with some version of a DC movie strategy whereby the shared universe continuity is going to keep on.
Okay, yeah, I don't really have anything to argue with him on here because he's just describing how he thinks the DC movie slate is going to work soon. And I honestly, I don't fault him for it because it does seem like they are going to keep a main continuity, but there's also going to be a Elseworlds to be had, like where they can experiment with alternate takes. However, I do think that one of the reasons they're experimenting with so many alternate takes is I think they're trying to figure out which versions of these characters to keep and which to jettison. Like, for example, it wouldn't surprise me if when the collateral damage of Flashpoint shakes out, it's not Ben Affleck that's the main Batman of the DC universe, but it's Robert Pattinson. And Diana, played by Gal Gadot, probably will stay the same because everybody likes Wonder Woman. And God's willing, the Shazam continuity and the Black Adam continuity will all stay the same because those will probably make, I'm hoping, a bank so that Warner Brothers doesn't jettison them. And then I'm hoping actually what happens is we end up with a DC universe where the mystical side of things takes a more central role because you've got Wonder Woman who's mythological, you've got Aquaman who's semi-mythological, and then you've got Shazam and Black Adam that are going to also be mythological. So assuming that Shazam 2 at least does better than the first one did, and Black Adam probably, let's be honest, is going to make $1 billion because The Rock playing Black Adam. I'm hoping kind of that Shazam 2 can make $1 billion or somewhere in that ballpark too. But the problem is, I think they should move Shazam 2 to a Christmas release date instead of having it open opposite Avatar. Because while I don't think Avatar is a worthwhile franchise, and I don't think as many people as Hollywood thinks are going to show up for it, I do think simply by virtue of name recognition, them opening opposite each other isn't good for either of them. But hopefully both Shazam 2 and Black Adam make $1 billion, and therefore we'll get a DC universe where the mystical and the mythological are more central to the mainline continuity. But I suspect when Flashpoint shakes out, it's going to be Robert Pattinson who's Batman instead of Ben Affleck. And so much the better, I think.
Central role, why not equal role? Or better yet, keep them separate with a few crossovers, but bring them together when things hit the fan, like Darkseid or the Anti-Monitor.
I did say more central, as in more central than they usually play. I didn't say that they needed to play a perfectly central role. But I do think, given the fact that all of the most successful DC movies to this point have been, again, assuming that Shazam 2 doesn't bomb horribly because it's opening opposite Avatar, and Black Adam makes the $1 billion that I suspect it will because it's The Rock playing Black Adam. Assuming that Shazam 2 and Black Adam do at least as well as the Batman, if not better, the DC executives will probably look at that and go, okay, all the movies we've done so far that have been really successful have been mythological in nature. So let's make the mythological a more central part of our mythos, which works fine for me because I've been begging DC to basically do exactly that for years, but nevertheless, I do suspect, again, assuming a reasonable degree of success for both Shazam 2 and Black Adam, that they're going to see that and be like, you know how our characters have always been kind of seen like gods trying to be human? What if we made that more literal? Derp. Which works, I think.
Right, okay.
Batnana.
Yeah.
Trucking is some yet-to-be-defined reboot focused on a newer era version of various properties and offbeat, lesser-known stuff filmmakers have more free reign with. It's been working for them better so far, while the A-list brands get cordoned off into separate standalone spaces to attract the auteur director set DC Black Label style, and as such, there's less of a sense of discourse sausage to be made of this since the...
Okay, I agree with him in the broad strokes of this, but I do think, again, assuming that Shazam 2 and Black Adam make a reasonable degree of bank, that the way that this is going to end up shaking out is that the mainline DC continuity is going to be the more stylized one, which, again, I think would be both good in general and also good for DC to differentiate itself from Marvel, because Marvel tries to be silly but at least grounded in its scale, whereas DC could be more serious in like a tone and theme sort of way, but more epic and grandiose and mythological in its content, which, again, to fully disclose my biases, is something that I would like to see, but also I think would be good to differentiate DC from Marvel in general, because DC has always been the Coke to Marvel's Pepsi. So having their universes kind of be the Coke and Pepsi in relation to each other also makes sense.
Right. Dragon Turtle. I think DC sees mythological as separate from magical/religious. Hence why people like Wonder Woman and Shazam are part of the Justice League and not with people like Constantine.
Well, I mean, before Justice League Dark was a thing, John was part of the Justice League. He just had open contempt for them. Although, to be fair, so does the Question most of the time. So does... Actually, there's quite a lot of heroes that are part of the Justice League sort of by proxy that also have contempt for the idea of the Justice League, which... I think for the characters that applies to, it works because it makes sense that they would. But I don't think so, because at least in the case of Shazam, a large thrust of that movie was Dr. Sivana looking for magic specifically, and then Mr. Mind coming in at the end of Shazam and being like, "Oh, you poor fool! You think the Council of Wizards is the only place to get magic from?" Which good on you, Mr. Mind, for being a science-based character who doesn't underestimate the power of magic. So point to the caterpillar of doom, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, been a
made of this, since this one can only prospectively affect its own sequels as spin-offs as far as we know so far. I mean, at least for now. In any case, I already ran my actual review in which I said it was fine, I guess, but what stuck out to me in the requiring spoilers to explain sense was how lacking in substance its finish was for something that was so stuffed with plot and took so long to play out. So I wanted to take some time here and lay out where I felt like this one rang a little hollow for me, maybe also for you.
Oh, sorry, I let that go on.
Yeah. Hopefully YouTube doesn't kill us for violating the DMCA 20-second rule.
I just went over like 2 seconds, I think.
Okay, so we should still be in a reasonable margin of error, I hope.
Right. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's like, again, I don't think it's a groundbreaking. Like, it's not. I think it's not a blockbuster. You know, it's not a blockbuster film.
I mean, it sort of de facto is, because it's made up to 710 million as of recording this. But
I mean,
in the sense of style, yes, I agree. It's not a blockbuster. It's a high budget, high scale detective noir movie.
Right.
Which again makes sense for Batman.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. We went to the, we had the full review, obviously, for like near 2 hours. So, I don't see. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points we went over.
Yeah. We literally just did this. Anyone who joins us after we're in the progress of bashing our heads against the blast doors that is Movie Bob's mind, or of Movie Bob's mind, please go and watch the previous 2 hours where we actually gave our review of this. But
yeah,
right now we're reviewing the stupidity of basically Movie Bob's review of this.
Right.
So
right. Personally, I don't think the ending felt flat. I think it's a good start for like this Batman.
No, I don't either. But the reason why he thinks it does is because of his ideological bullshit that he's going to get into here.
Yeah. Again, like I totally forgot to mention the pacing in our review. Like, I think it's actually pretty good pacing, to be fair. Like,
I mean,
yeah, it drags
realistically, you probably could have cut about 20 minutes and it wouldn't have lost anything. But like 20 to 40 minutes in the other direction probably would have at least made it a little bit sharper. But
okay,
I actually like that it's willing to take its fucking time. So
yeah, dude, so many movies. God, this is a side tangent, but so many movies just are too fucking quick.
Yeah, no, yeah. If we're enjoying your movie, then give us more of it. The only time you need to have a quick and dirty 90-minute movie is when it's shit, like Mobius.
I actually might be seeing that soon. So,
fair warning. It will probably remind you of early 2000s superhero movies.
I mean, I don't really care to see it. I'm just going to see it with my uncle. So,
well, yeah, and hopefully there will at least be enough good there that it will not be terrible. And if not, then we can add a vampire character to the Lionhearted universe and do Morbius properly. But
okay. Anyway, I don't really have anything to say really here. So,
yeah,
out. So I wanted to take some time here and lay out where I felt like this one rang a little hollow for me, maybe also for you, who knows.
How can you even say that,
Didn't
Dad?
like it.
Peter, it's so good. It's like a perfect movie.
This is what everyone always says.
Explain yourself. What didn't you like about
It
it?
insists upon itself, Lois.
What?
It insists upon
What does
itself.
that even mean?
You know, in a way, I actually remember this clip where Peter says like he does not like the Godfather movies, and
This is actually a good use of clip there, Bob. Even when I watched this the first time, even though what he says beyond this point is absolute dog shit, his use of clip here was very, very good, especially because, and I'm willing to make this joke because Movie Bob himself has made this joke in his old Game Over Thinker series. I think part of the reason why it works is because Movie Bob is basically real world Peter Griffin.
Which version?
Before the character was a complete sociopath, but after the straight up suburban dad era from the early years.
Okay.
So around the time that this came out, version of Peter Griffin.
Huh.
Yeah. So yeah, and just to be clear, I do not mean that as an insult. I mean that purely in an objective. Movie Bob's own mannerisms and the mannerisms of Peter Griffin, when he's at his more intelligent, to be fair, are similar, as demonstrated in this clip.
Right, but
so no, I'm not saying you're like Peter Griffin, therefore derp. I'm saying you're from Boston. You are, shall we say, a plus-sized individual, and when you're going on your intellectual diatribes, you sound very much like this particular variation on Peter Griffin. So not being insulting, just being descriptive here.
Okay.
No. Unless you had a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. I mean, although within context of this video in this clip, I don't really agree because it's with
yeah. I think this is the wrong movie to use this clip on, but I don't begrudge Movie Bob the use of this clip because it does. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Dragon Turtle, it insists on itself. How is it a criticism that some movies take themselves seriously? I don't think that's necessarily what is meant by this clip.
Well, there's a difference between a movie that is serious and a movie that insists, take me seriously, take me seriously. I'm being pretentiously so intellectual. Take me seriously.
Yeah, basically that.
It's the difference between M. Night Shyamalan when he's good, like his superhero trilogy, and sadly, basically every other M. Night Shyamalan movie where he insists on, aren't I so clever for being so very obvious with my pseudo intellectualism there?
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Batman?
Batman.
It has a valid point to make. It's insisting.
It takes forever getting in. You spend like 6.5 hours, and then I can't even finish the movie. I've never even seen the
You've
ending.
never seen the ending?
Well, how can you say you don't like it if you haven't even given it a chance?
I agree with Tony. It's not really terrible.
I love the money pit. That is my answer to that statement.
Exactly.
Well, there you go.
What?
Sorry, that clip is just funny. Batman.
Yeah, sorry, just send it back. Oh, I waited out there for a second. Yeah, Batman.
Okay. There you go.
Whatever.
I like that movie too.
And look, it's a new movie, so let me say in advance, I'm doing what I can on the visual front, but there's only so much you can do to visualize a movie that's this brand new, so please enjoy montage and repeated trailer clips. Anyway, spoiler warning in effect from here on out, and to cut right to the thesis, thematically, The Batman is a movie that actually really does not...
See, and this is where he trips up, because as with most things, it's not the raw data that he has to work with that's the problem. It's the framework that he processes that information in that is the problem. And the obsession over my themes and my symbolism, derp, is very much the problem of the modern day critical aristocracy. Nothing can ever just be the thing it is. It has to be symbolic of something else and deeper and blur and I've made my opinions about non-diegetic themes and symbolism very, very clear, and how themes and symbolism and metaphors should at best be secondary, if at all, and should not be the primary mechanism by which we judge movies.
Right.
The meaning of a piece of art should be contained within the goddamn art, and not within the socio-cultural and socio-political shadow it casts in my broader context. I've been very clear on this, so there's that. But yes, be warned, folks. You are about to be sucked into the mind of one Bob Chipman.
Right.
May God and the devil both have mercy on our souls.
Right. I also want to state this just for the sake of time thing. We are going to stop halfway. We are, like, absolute promise here. We are going to finish this next week.
Yeah.
So, like, around 7 minutes, we are, like I said, we're going to stop this video and move on to the Joker video, deleted scene.
Yeah. Yes, because we insist on ending on a positive note, and we will meet it after Bob. So,
yeah.
Bet Nana.
Yeah. You pull tab. Okay. That Nana.
not seem to care that much for the Batman as a concept, but it either doesn't seem to know how much it doesn't like its own subject, or doesn't have the conviction, for whatever reason, to actually come right out and say so.
Why are you protecting a psychotic clown who treats you like garbage?
That's the guy who fucks bats.
He doesn't do that!
So, it takes pretty much to the end of Act 2 for all of us to...
Okay.
Let him make his point, and then we will eviscerate to hell his point.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to point out, I fucking hate that Harley show. I hate that Harley Quinn show, man.
Yeah, it's not good. It's everything wrong with this sort of cynical attitude.
Like, full disclosure, I have not seen the full series. I've seen like various clips, to the point where I guess I've seen a full episode via like a playlist of clips.
Yeah.
God, it's so, like, it's not even like it's
hot topic edgy.
Yeah, it's not even the stuff that surrounds it, like the political shit that other people have looked into it with. It's just, I don't think it's a good show. I don't think it's a good show.
And I will bet dollars to donuts that the reason why Bobby uses this clip is because he actually likes that show.
Okay,
and I know we shouldn't judge people for liking things. We should judge people based on why they like them. But nevertheless, it doesn't surprise me that Bob likes the Harley Quinn show, because he is exactly as cynical and so ironic as this bullshit. So, that Nana.
But it's weird. Like, I honestly could see people thinking Batman would fuck bats. Just like in world, in the DC universe. I don't know why. I think
but I mean this sort of storyline is exactly why the villain Man Bat makes sense. Because what you can't have Batman do, because he's actually just a guy dressed like a bat, have Man Bat do instead, because he's a person who's been mutated into a bat. Or bat creature, anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Shall we?
Yep.
Batman.
Batman.
For all of this to come out. But here is the general, what was that all about of the Batman, i.e. what was going on with the Riddler killing people, leaving clues for Batman, eventually staging a terrorist attack on the city, etc. The Riddler turns out to be a guy named Edward Nashton, not Enigma, because funny names are fun and fun isn't serious and grown up. And his story is that he was an orphan, which definitely sucks, and he's especially double plus mad about it.
I don't. Okay, so I had a. Actually,
Take your time.
Okay, well, first, Dragon Turtle Authenticator knows how cynical I am, and I hate how the left is so cynical and punk, in air quotes, about that cynicism.
The only modification I would make to that sentence, Dragon Turtle, is it's not the left, it's the social justice left, in the same way that the moralistic, prudish parts of the right are not the libertarian right, they're the tradcon family values right. So, as somebody who supports left-wing policy positions, I think it's important that we make the distinction between the social justice left and the left in the same way as we do the tradcon family values right and the rest of the right, because it's very easy to just go, the right does X and the left does X and Y, but for the sake of accuracy in our descriptions, we should segment off the moralistic puritanical parts of the right and the moralistic puritanical parts of the left, which
Right.
in this particular case means the deconstructionalist social justice left and the tradcon evangelical family values right.
Right. Okay, so the Edward Ashton thing, like, I'm fine with that name, and because I think he has multiple aliases as well.
I mean, my thing is, it would have been better just to leave it alone, I think. And
look, this is coming from me, who does a lot of that, like, kind of changing things and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I could kind of see what they're doing. I don't, his reasoning for it and like his kind of
it's such a pseudo intellectual take as to why they change. But on this point, I can sort of feel where he's coming from, because if it was so, the name is such a small thing that if you're going to make a big deal of it, why not just leave it alone? Because if they had just named him Enigma, if they had just left him alone and called him Enigma, that would have made the fans happier, and it wouldn't have registered either way. Whereas, because they did take the time to change Nigman to Nashton, all that does is make us go, wait, the name is such a small thing, why the fuck did you change it?
Right. So it, personally, again, I don't think it changes much if you get, like, either way, it's still the same story, just different name of the character, you know? So, but the thing he had said earlier, and I'm starting to forget it, I think my mind is actively phasing out what is being said.
He's saying that the movie The Batman doesn't actually like the subject matter of the Batman, and it's supposed to be trying to deconstruct it.
Right. Sorry, it's just my mind was blanking. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That is incredibly wrong. You know, like, again,
I'm going to laugh when the sequel comes up and it's less cynical about the Batman, and he's gonna come up here again and say, well, the first movie didn't seem to like the Batman, but this movie likes the Batman more than the previous one did. And it's like, yeah, that movie was more cynical about the nature of the Batman because it was an origin story, and it was trying to tell the story of how that Batman should improve. The more the Batman improves, the more optimistic about the Batman the franchise is going to be, because your ideological supposition that the Batman movie doesn't like the Batman and was trying to deconstruct it is a fabrication of your own fucking mind and was never actually in the material. Bob.
Okay, so TLDR, it seems popular today to take the attitude of hypercynicism/nihilism, so take nothing seriously and do whatever you want, and I hate that way of doing things. I totally agree, yeah.
Yeah, it's also number one, if nothing matters, then we can just change what matters on a whim. And number two, if nothing matters, then we have nothing to lose. I think that's part of it. And the other part of it is nihilism and cynicism and absurdism and all the other sordid philosophies adjacent to it have become the intellectually defensible position, because in the intelligentsia's mind, only naive and childish people are optimistic or think that things actually mean anything. The only reason why you would assume anything matters is because you're myopically naive. It's not like there's actual substance to the argument or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But
yeah. Dragon, why does everything want to deconstruct everything? What deconstruction is actually good? There probably is some, but I can't think of any.
I mean, watch. Okay, this is my standard for when deconstruction is not only necessary but good, and it's when traditions and norms become too rigid and too stagnant. Then opposition to tradition and norms actually has a point. That's when deconstruction is useful. So like Watchmen was good because the superhero genre actually needed to be analyzed in that manner. V for Vendetta, same thing. So on and so forth. Invincible, even to some extent The Boys, even though The Boys definitely treaded on the nihilistic realism thing far too much. But when norms become too rigid and too stagnant, deconstruction is useful to get the juices flowing again, to allow for some entropy and some new life in the system. But when deconstruction is taken too far, it actually impedes the system because it literally takes the engine apart, more or less. That's the difference. There are times when deconstructionists have a point because tradition and norms and prudishness go too far.
Right. It's funny. I don't know if anyone really knows about this, but like within this specific group here, but Alan Moore actually kind of regretted Watchmen because of how everyone took the wrong lessons from it and went like that super dark edgy rap during the 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And does he create a character called Tom Strong, which was basically like kind of the opposite of what he'd done with Watchmen. It was basically like this character was basically like Doc Savage plus like Superman, and
it was essentially an apology for sorry I broke everything, guys.
Well, that and it was basically like an homage to like the classic adventurer pulp heroes plus like sci-fi adventurers.
Yeah, but the ironic thing is, I think that if Alan Moore had stuck with that, he would have continued to be a fixture in the comic book industry. But unfortunately, he only did it once, or actually twice, because I think he did it with Supreme as well, didn't he? But he only did it those two times, and then he went right back to I need to deconstruct everything in the form of Promethea, which is literally supposed to be a narrative curse that's supposed to bring about the fucking apocalypse.
Right. Actually, yeah, Supreme was like the, I guess, prototype for Tom Strong.
Yeah. But I wish Alan Moore's resolve and clarity of what he did wrong had actually stuck, instead of he got sick of nobody paying attention to him, so he got high, went insane, and declared himself to be a magician, and then created narrative curses that were trying to destroy existence.
Right. Okay.
So,
Right, but the movie doesn't hate the subject matter. It just has a different interpretation of it.
yeah, no, the reason why The Batman as a movie is hard on Batman stroke Bruce Wayne as a character is because he's being a naive, edgy little shit, and he needs to learn the reason to stand up, basically.
Yeah.
Because unlike Superman, who is the unvarnished Boy Scout who doesn't need to learn Snyder why killing is bad, Bruce Wayne is a traumatized rich boy who actually does need to learn the lesson.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not because it hates the concept of the Batman. In fact, it's the other way around. It hates this version of Batman and this version of Bruce Wayne because they're not actually living up to what Matt Reeves, I imagine, would consider the proper values of a proper Batman to be, which is a fandom criticism, which is why I'm not being hard on Matt Reeves, because I think the end goal of this is going to be the sequel is going to have Batman be more central or more solidly who Batman is supposed to be, and therefore the movie is going to be less harsh on him. And then it's pseudo intellectuals like Movie Bob are going to sit here and be like, "Well, I liked the previous Batman movie because it didn't like Batman, but this movie seemed to actually like Batman now that he actually has his shit together."
Right.
And I don't understand it, Derp.
Right. Plus, again, this is in the time where Batman was still considered like a mythological creature in Gotham.
Yeah, he's basically Gotham's answer to like the Mothman or the Jersey Devil.
Right. Okay, so you remember the opening of it, which was like one of my favorite scenes of the movie. Actually, there are a lot of favorite scenes in that movie. It's just like the opening, well, the intro to Batman, not the opening, like I guess the prologue. That involves the Riddler. Is where like it's shown that Batman has like this hold over like the shadows that makes the criminals fearful of like walking down.
Yeah, like it reminded me a little bit of one of the better episodes of Doctor Who. In the two-parter Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead, there's a creature known as the Vasta Narada, and when the Doctor is giving exposition on who the Vasta or what the Vasta Narada are, he says something to the effect of not every shadow, but any shadow, because they can literally lurk in any shadow. And I think the criminals of Gotham are very much thinking the same thing about Batman. Yes, he can't possibly be in every shadow, but he could be in any of them. So be careful to avoid all shadows, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Probably didn't help that it was Halloween night.
This is also true,
yeah.
Which almost makes me want to do a spin on Batman that's almost like if Sam from Trick or Treat was a superhero, or was like a spirit of justice instead of just a spirit of respect the lore. Goddammit.
Yeah.
As much as I love Sam, like the idea of like a living avatar of vengeance who was a spirit that could inhabit shadows like that would be cool. But I add a supernatural spin to literally fucking everything. So pay no mind, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. I'll just shut up now.
Dragon Turtle. How much of this is just tribalism? The istophobes like Batman so Batman bad. They don't like the Harley Quinn show, so Harley Quinn show good. It's trying to own the cons.
No, I think it is just a difference in framework. Because remember, in Hegelian Frankfurt School bullshit and in critical theory, all pretensions, quote unquote, to objective meaning are just consensus driven social constructs, and they actually limit human civilization, so we have to actually get rid of them, i.e. I think the reason they believe in nihilism largely is because they believe in an ideology where there is no such thing as meaning. So anything that looks like it might be objective meaning is actually a harmful, limiting illusion, so we have to destroy it.
Right. I don't really have anything to say on that, so. Shall we?
Yep. Batman.
Batman.
Because back like 20 years ago, Thomas Wayne was running for mayor just like the Joker, and he promised he was going to do a big fix Gotham and give everyone a pony, yes, even the orphans renewal thingy, but then Martha got killed, like always happens, and so that didn't happen, and also the media made a big deal out of Bruce Wayne now being an orphan, but he was also still rich, so like not really the same thing as Riddler, so that was kind of like salt in the wound, and
it's actually a lot more complicated. I think he's really broken up a lot of points. Did you catch anything of what he was saying?
No, I caught what he was saying. I didn't catch what you were saying.
Oh, I feel like he's brushing over a lot of things because the situation is a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna begrudge him that because he's summarizing.
Well, no, but he's also doing it in kind of a dickish way, though.
Yeah, he's being flippant and sarcastic, but unfortunately, Movie Bob's like resting mode is dismissive sarcasm, so I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't really begrudge him his mannerisms when I have my own bullshit mannerisms. So,
Okay,
like, unless he actually says something wrong, in which case I will eviscerate him for being wrong. But in this case, he's just summarizing while being a dick, and I don't think summarizing while being a dick should be a crime. So
okay, fair enough. I thought there was more to it, but I was wrong. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, I don't really have anything to say. Shall we?
That almost sounds like a crime similar to like driving while black, summarizing while being a dick. It actually would be a much more sane universe if summarizing while being a dick was a crime, and that actually would be a criminal statute I might support. But anyway, Batman.
You would probably get arrested a lot, though.
Yes, I would.
Anyway, yeah.
But I never claimed to be a good person, only a logical one.
Batman.
the shitty orphanage he was in actually used to be Wayne Manor because they donated it, so that's like a commentary on how class resentment comes to be and how capitalist philanthropy sometimes makes things worse by perpetuating the system instead of overturning it at the root. You know, which is actually pretty interesting, except this is mostly in the prequel novels, or Riddler just talks about it instead of being on screen.
I
anyway,
take back
the
the
Riddler
defense that I just delivered to you, Bob. You complete and utter fuckwit.
I mean, it's sure it could be there, but I don't think that's the focus of the story.
Yeah, no, the movie is most definitely not saying that. That is a fabrication of your framework and only your framework. Bob, please, okay, rap with me for a minute, Bob. Sit with me for a minute and let me explain to you the very obvious difference between the things that are going on in your head and the things that are going on the screen. They're not the same thing, Bob. One is a mechanism to interpret the things that are on the screen, yes, but there's still a line of separation between the shit that's going on in your head and the things on the screen. And unlike the cave on fucking Dagobah, Bob, movies contain more than just what you bring with you. There is a object to be observed here. There is a fact of the matter, and the fact of the matter is separate from the woo you have in your head because sociological framework, Bob. Batman.
Yeah, 1 sec. Alright. Yep. Banana.
And he became a forensic accountant and found out that Thomas Wayne might have actually deserved to get shot because of corruption instead of just random bad luck. See, apparently when Thomas Wayne was running for mayor, a tabloid journalist was going to ruin his campaign by revealing that Martha Wayne had been treated in Arkham Asylum for mental issues because of, I don't know, stupid convoluted lore bullshit about her dead parents that I'm sure will turn into...
Okay, fuck you, Bob.
For the record, they actually made her an Arkham in this movie, which I found really interesting.
I just for someone who is supposed to be a nerd, Bob, you have an immeasurable amount of contempt for actually giving a shit about lore. And it pains my nerdy heart and enrages my nerdy head. Bob. Real nerds give a damn about lore, goddamn you. Because we don't see our geekdom as a means to some sort of socio-political rebellious end. We care about geek shit because we actually, get this, Bob, care about geek shit. Not as a means to an end, not a means to some larger goal or a means of pissing off the jocks that bullied us in school, but because the material is actually inherently or at least emergently worth caring about. Okay? That's what a real nerd is. A real nerd continues to like something no matter how many people refuse to like it or how many people are Johnny-come-latelys who bandwagon around something. It's the same principle when the jocks are kicking your teeth in for it as it is when all the hipsterellas come in at the last second and love the science, quote unquote. No matter which side of the geek culture acceptance divide we're on, the under acceptance vis-a-vis the jock bullying or the over acceptance vis-a-vis the hipsterella bullshit. A real nerd likes something not for its sociological impact in one direction or the other, but because it's inherently, or at least emergently, worth caring about for its own sake on its own terms. God damn it, Bob. Moving on. Nana. Yeah. Unless you had a thing.
No, I was just I was thinking about I thought it was interesting that they made Martha Arkham, but I mean that does kind of erase the Kane family.
A bit.
I mean, I can take it or leave it. It's just, again,
I mean, a better version of Batwoman would not be a terrible idea, and if Matt Reeves wants to go that route, then by all means. But
probably not because
it's not necessary. So.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just again like it. Yeah, it's just it. I find it an interesting thing because he's technically an heir to two big fortunes. Bruce is. Doesn't that also make him connected to Arkham Asylum or Arkham State Hospital?
Yes. Which is a nice lore touch, actually.
Well, he is. I remember in an episode, I think of the animated series where he was on the board for the of Arkham Asylum.
Yeah, which is a thing that doesn't surprise me that Batman would want to be on that, considering that he shoves all of his rogues gallery in there. At least when the door isn't revolving.
Yeah. Alright, so Dragon Turtle, we care about geek shit? I thought we were just maintaining the patriarchal, capitalistic, imperialistic, racist, trans, misogynist, fury, persecuting hierarchy. My bad.
I know you're joking, but that still made me want to rip off your nose a la Hannibal Lecter.
Dragon Turtle, all he needs is to own Blackgate Prison now. And then Blackgate. I don't think they mentioned Blackgate.
Blackgate is in the DC universe, yeah.
No, I know, but I mean, do they have like in the Batman? Is what I meant.
It hasn't been directly referenced yet, but I don't see why it wouldn't exist.
Okay, I'm not like that. Like, it's not a big thing. I wasn't sure. I think he. Let's be honest. The Wayne Foundation is probably, or the Wayne. Bruce Wayne's probably a financial backer for a lot of things, because I think he's also a philanthropist as well.
Well, that, but also, his whole thing is I am the protector of Gotham. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has fingers in every pie worth having your finger in Gotham.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure there's a Bruce Wayne wing of every, a Wayne Foundation wing of every building in freaking Gotham. And in all honesty, it wouldn't surprise me if they were all bugged so that Batman could listen in on them with a bat computer.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense too. Anyway, we got like about 2 minutes left before we can call on the video here.
Yeah. So Batman again.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me move it back a sec. Okay, there we go.
Sure, we'll turn into stupider lore bullshit about Hush or the Court of Owls or whatever in the next one. Whatever. So Thomas had saved this mob guy, played by John Turturro, from dying at some point in the past, which meant he owed him a blood debt because that was a plot point in the Long Halloween, and that's a popular Batman comic. So Thomas asked John Turturro to save Martha.
Like, I get it, but god damn, you can just feel the fucking contempt.
The dismissive this is the thing with Bob. He is a geek. Like I remember in the early days of YouTube when he was actually a geek and actually sincere about shit. But I think the twin specters of Gamergate and Trump winning broke his brain so badly that now he has a passive-aggressive contempt for everything he used to love, and now can only enjoy it either ironically or in the means to a socio-political and moral end way that so many pseudo-intellectuals are prone to do in this day and age. But it makes me sad because it means that somewhere deep down there is a person inside Movie Bob that is actually worth saving.
Right.
But he's buried in so many fucking layers of dismissive, condescending, belittling, stupid that it fills me with rage.
Right.
It's like when your enemy does something bad to you, it's expected because they're your enemy. But when someone you should be able to consider a friend does something bad to you, it hurts more.
And Gerald maybe is also so hateful of it because he likes it, or at least used to, but now sees it as evil. Also, is it worth saving? Maybe, but pop culture interests are not the core of a man.
Well, I mean, not in this day and age, but they should be.
I don't know if that's what he meant. Like,
well, no, but you should be able to tell something about somebody by what they like in a sane universe, because it should be a reflection on the kind of person they are, but not in this universe because half of the people who ostensibly like things like it as a socio-political and moral means to an end rather than an end in itself that's worth inherently caring about.
Right. Or very superficially in that.
Yeah, in the I love the science hipster sort of way.
Yeah. I know we're not really judging him on how he like reviews things.
We're not judging him based on what he likes. We're judging him on his stated reasons as to why and his implied pseudo-intellectual framework. Like nobody can judge you for liking the things that they like or that you like, but we can certainly judge you for the reasons you give as to why.
What I was actually trying to say was, I'm not trying, like, I know we're not judging him like on how he's kind of talking about this stuff, like being a dick in his kind of I guess recap or review or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But goddamn, man, it's kind of grating a bit.
Well, it's not just that he's an idiot, because if he were an idiot and was actually humble about it, like, I don't know about this or that or the other, that would be one thing. But the fact that he's both moronic and also haughtily condescending about it, like, that he's better than literally everyone who will ever watch this and who disagrees with him.
Mm.
That's the, like, it's the difference between somebody who doesn't have intelligence to use and somebody who actively misuses the intelligence that they do have. And Movie Bob is very much in the second category. It's not that he's unintelligent, it's that he actively misuses and often weaponizes the intelligence that he actually does have.
Right. Okay. Shall we bet Nana?
Yes, we shall bet that.
Right. All right. Yeah. Sorry.
By scaring the reporter out of publishing his story, but Turturro maybe killed the guy instead so he could have blackmail leverage over the Waynes when Thomas became the next mayor, which may have been what prompted a different mob guy to have the Waynes killed in order to prevent one of his rivals from having those kind of connections.
My ridiculously circuitous plan is 1/4 complete.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Okay, good use of clip, Bob. Again, very good use of clip.
I went over a bit. I don't know what I have anything to say there. I mean, technically he's not wrong. It is somewhat convoluted, but
yeah, but criminals are, to use the famous quote, a superstitious, cowardly lot. So of course they have counterintuitive and overly elaborate schemes.
Yep. I mean, it works still in the movie though. Like, I think that's kind of what's.
Yeah, no, and it is also a mafia plot, and mafias always thrive off of the behind the scenes puppet mastering bullshit.
Yeah.
What makes a character like Gentleman Johnny Marcone from the Dresden Files work, because he can puppet master people like that.
Ooh. Sorry. Anyway, shall we?
Yes, banana.
1/4 complete.
Thusly, Riddler concluded that his class resentment had been justified all along, i.e. if the Waynes hadn't been corrupt, they wouldn't have been killed and my life wouldn't have sucked so much. Which, along with being an actually very realistic portrayal of the socio-political acumen of guys who do internet videos...
Okay, fuck you, Bob. Those are your fellow nerds that you're demonizing and calling stupid right now, Bob. Fuck you, Bob.
Not good.
Speaking of class traitor motherfuckers, you are officially a traitor to the class known as geekdom, Bob, and it pisses me off. Like, I don't even believe in class traders, but if we're supposed to, because it's an intellectually honest position to hold that there's such a thing as class traders, Bob, then you are a traitor to the identity of geekdom, and therefore you can fuck off.
Right. I don't know really. I don't know what to say to that. So, shall we?
Yes. Nana.
Exposing the elites in real life.
Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're. What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
Like you're bashing it because I don't like gay people. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
Okay, comparing literally
Is why
every
he undertakes a reign of terrorism
anti-SJW
and serial
culture
killing against
commentator to Alex freaking Jones
Okay.
is remarkably disingenuous, Bob, and it shows just how much of an elitist prick you think you are, and how bass-ackwards your brain is if you genuinely think that standing up to the elites is somehow a bad thing because the wrong people are doing it for the wrong reason. Derp.
Very true. He's a bird trader. He's a race trader, an ethnic Kekistanian who flipped on us.
He never espoused being a Kekistani because by that point he was already on the road to perdition, as it were. But yes,
I feel like that's a
but by all rights he should have been a Kekistani, and he isn't because pseudo-intellectual sociopolitical bullshit. So yes, he is. He should well be a proud citizen of the province of geekdom in the proud nation of Kekistan, but he isn't. He emigrated to the town of pseudo-intellectual in the nation of Normistan instead.
Right. I don't have anything to say to that. Can we? Got like a minute left. Less than a minute.
Banana.
Everyone in both Gotham's political and law enforcement elite and its underworld connected to that whole web of cover-ups and corruption, while also masterminding a scheme by his army of internet followers to stage terrorist bombings and a mass shooting massacre to flood the city and kill the new mayor, because dagnabbit, this movie will mix as many newsworthy metaphors as it can find to make sure you know it has smart politics, but also the most up-to-date, mainstream, palatable politics, i.e.
Oh my god, this guy's a fucking asshole.
Fuck you, Bob. And also, by the way, no one has ever. Like, I am friends with most of the people that you consider socio-political lepers, Bob. And no one has ever, within the anti-SJW circles of geek space, incentivized or sarcastically terrorized anyone into a bombing or some shit.
Right.
Elliot Rodger wasn't a men's rights advocate. He was a incel who was actually, if we're being honest, a fan of the Young Turks. The most recent relevant, like, internet-based killer was a Muslim who actually somehow became a fan of the Become a Living God network and the personality known as EA Coetting. So no, those aren't even anywhere close to the anti-SJWs of geek culture that you're trying to lambast as incels in this metaphor, Bob. Fuck off. Shall we end it there, or do you have something else to say?
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had to get a back scratcher. So.
Okay.
Just gonna say a few things. Well, one thing again, like I do agree with you. It's like he's looking at things that are technically there, but not in the way he thinks.
His framework is once again biting it in the ass.
Yeah. Again, in the movie, like he, he kills the mayor, the district attorney, the commissioner, and tried killing Bruce Wayne. Because
Well, believing the Batman was basically on his side, which is funny.
Yeah. Which again was another reason to show how flawed Batman was.
Yeah.
In this story.
And I do think if they had left the Joker scene in, that would have hammered home the point even more.
Yeah.
Because the Joker basically straight up tells him, like, he sees through all of, like, the entire movie's plot and unravels it in front of his eyes. And if that scene had been left in the movie, what would have been funny is Batman would have eventually had to come to terms with the fact that not only was he wrong the whole time, but the Joker was right the whole time. In this instance, anyway.
We'll get right into that. But he kills them out of, for those guys, it's very personal.
Yeah, it's vendetta.
Yeah, and when he tries to kill the new mayor, Bella Royale. Bella Royale. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think for one thing, he's too far gone, and he believes there is no good people in Gotham.
Yeah, he's gone full black pill, as the actual internet dwellers call it, Bob. And that's the other difference between the actual world as it is and the world as your framework would have it, Bob. There's a difference between the red pill and the black pill. Now, granted, there's a lot of people who can't seem to tell the difference between the red pill and the black pill when it suits them, but there is actually a functional difference between what we call the red pill and what we call the black pill. But for you, they're the same thing somehow.
Right. I also wanted to point out the seawall, which I think he made mention that, I don't know, rising stuff. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Rising waters. Does no one notice that it's basically raining almost 24/7 in Gotham?
Yeah, it's like London. It's always dark. It's always rainy. And it's always miserable. Which, to be fair, is perfect for the aesthetics of the Batman.
Yeah, and that kind of would imply that the rivers would, and like I live by rivers. I'm actually in a flood zone.
Ditto, actually.
Yeah. The rivers would get high and stuff. Not to mention, Gotham is like a coast city, so it's near like oceans and stuff. So
yeah, and although I don't know how high the seawalls are in relation to the actual water level, but I will say this: in my area, there was kind of a famous flood that around here we just call it the flood of '72. Because it happened in 1972, of course, that incentivized basically a fuck ton of the town's of the local town's money being put into dikes and walls, so that if the water level ever rose that much again, it wouldn't result in flooding. Because okay, so down the street from my house, there's a four-way intersection, and there's obviously a traffic light over the top of said four-way intersection. And according to older people that I've asked who keep apprised of this sort of history, during the flood of '72, the water actually came all the way up to the top of the traffic light. And in fact, there was even a fictionalized account of there was actually a fictionalized account of the flood of '72 published by a local writer from our area called Rat's Life. That was a spin on the flood of '72. That we actually read in, I think it was my 7th grade English/reading class. I think, maybe. But yeah, if anyone wants more insight into my area, see if you can find the old book Rat's Life and see if that rings any bells. In the actual book, the town that's referenced in it is called Elmore, which is a play on the real world location known as Elmira, which is like half an hour away from me. So if anybody ever reads that book and is like, oh, this is the book Dalton was telling me about, that's why. Anyway, moving on. Funny stories aside.
Yeah.
Destructive floods.
Yeah. Okay. Nana.
Wow, there's a lot of conspicuous centrist liberals decided they liked the police again. ADR voiceover from Commissioner Gordon in Act 2 and 3, huh? I bet if they'd had to delay this another week, the KG Beast would have been in there again. Oh yeah, did you know that's who this random useless dude was supposed to be in Batman v Superman? Yeah, that was totally real. Look it up. Oh, also the reason Riddler has so many people to kill is that all the cops, politicians, and gangsters running Gotham.
Oh, fuck you, Bob. The world does not revolve around your pet political causes, no matter how much the powers that be wish they did. Fuck you.
Right. No, just, I guess, reiterate. Condescending prick.
Like, I'm trying not to bash my head into a wall just to make this stop. But yeah, Bob, just because you are a keyboard warrior who can't stay off of NPR and fucking Newsweek for 5 minutes doesn't mean that everyone else in the world and everything else in the world has to be as centralized on most socio-political important derp.
Right. You want to call it here? It's like at 7. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me a minute while I do things.
Yep. And now on to the good portion of the live stream, where we get what if the Joker was also Hannibal Lecter? Which I will say this, I have been saying for years that I wish they would do a version of the Joker that was basically Hannibal Lecter. So to see that not only is somebody in the powers that be actually doing that, but apparently I'm not the only person who's ever had that thought. Apparently Matt Reeves and I are cut from the same cloth in regard to this. So the fact that we actually might be getting a version of the Joker who's heavily influenced and inspired by Hannibal Lecter is fucking amazing, because I've been wanting that for years. I'm going to dip out and come back in because my screen froze and I want to actually see this. I'll be back.
All right. I'm not gonna sing for you guys. I have a terrible singing voice, so kind of have a dead air right now.
Okay.
See it now?
Continue.
You can see it now. I'm just checking.
Yes, I can see.
Right, Joe, why make the Joker Hannibal when you have Hannibal? Is it to see how he would interact with Batman, or a hybrid between Joker and Hannibal?
No, it's okay. It's because the Joker as mastermind, the Joker who can actually see into people's minds in the way that Dr. Lecter can, and is actually kind of more refined. And even Matt Hamill's, or rather Mark Hamill's Joker, kind of had a sort of pseudo British accent going on. So it it like, for example, I've always ever since I watched Silence of the Lambs, I I every time since I watched Silence of the Lambs that I've watched Tim Burton's Batman, I've always wondered what that Batman movie might have been like if instead of Jack Nicholson, they actually got Anthony Hopkins to play the Joker. Because as much as I love Tim Burton's Batman, and it was like one of the first movies that I ever really fell in love with. Like, I watched that movie so many times as a kid, that and the sequel. Um, as much as I love that movie, Jack Nicholson, I think, has always been the weakest part, just because there's too much Jack Nicholson in his Joker. There's not enough Joker in his Joker.
Okay. So before we move on to the video, trying to throw. Oh, right, the Joker who doesn't just want to cause death and suffering, wants to break people.
Well, it's already kind of similar to what we got in Ledger's Joker, and it's also kind of where Joaquin Phoenix's Joker was heading in the end of Joker. So it yeah, it's not just a I'm causing chaos because we're also random. It's I'm causing chaos because the world is an absurd joke, and I want to show people how absurd it is.
Right. All right. Also, this scene is just really good.
Yeah. Plus, a version of the Joker who can read people, a la Hannibal Lecter or Sherlock Holmes, can challenge Batman intellectually, and that's always been the biggest difference between Batman and the Joker, apart from obviously the one is order, the other's chaos thing. It's Batman uses physical force. The Joker doesn't need to, because while he is a mad genius, he is still a genius.
Right. Shall we?
Batnana.
Batnana. It's already setting a good tone.
Yeah, and again, I think the parallels between this and Silence of the Lambs or Red Dragon that I'm seeing are not random, just because of how much this movie takes inspiration from things like Seven or Saw or the like. I think this scene is deliberately supposed to parallel the scene where Clarice walks in for the first time to meet Dr. Lecter, and she goes through all the inmates and so on.
God, I had something, I think. I mean, you can kind of clearly tell this is a deleted scene because it doesn't look entirely like polished.
Yeah, it hasn't been fully color corrected and everything, but it's also still obviously a part of the same movie.
Yeah, no, true. Yeah, I'm just like saying like this is clearly a deleted scene. I'm just more saying that.
Yeah, and I wish it was in the movie.
I'll get into that. Yeah, I'll get into that. Anyway, I do want to say like I like the kind of acting here, where like where
Robert Pattinson.
yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, Rob Pattinson, where he is like almost on edge, even though like the inmate is chained and behind plexiglass. Like, just keeps his eyes on him. Like, you can't entirely see it here.
Yeah.
But sorry.
Which that is the other thing that it makes sense to make the Joker very Lecter-esque, because just like a Lecter, he can be refined and intellectual, and at the same time be ready and willing to rip everyone's face off as and when it's necessary.
Yeah.
And with the Joker's mouth being how it is, him biting your nose off would take probably most of your face with it. Jesus.
Well, again, we'll get more into that.
Yeah, banana.
Yeah, banana. Although, it makes me think, like, this Joker would have to have met Batman during year 1, right?
Yes.
And I think I remember seeing some brief clips of Matt Reeves during an interview talking about this scene. He's not fully the Joker yet, like the Joker we would know and expect, right?
Yeah. He's the Joker to be, yes.
Yeah. It just kind of makes me really interested, because I know they're doing like a prequel series starring the GCPD of the Batman Year 1. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of curious.
I will say though, when we get to further in here, I will say I think this is also probably the most comics accurate Joker, for a reason that we'll see in a minute here.
Right. No, I'm just. Like, you can already feel like there's a bit of a history, and there's something else that will, like, something dark, like a black rose, will bloom from this.
Mm-hmm.
To be poetic, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, I honestly hope that in the next movie this gets thrown in as like a flashback.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we?
Yep.
Banana.
Banana.
Okay, so I kind of want to. It is gonna be me flexing a bit on my. I mean, I'm not an actor myself, but I've done study of it. Granted, mostly I prefer to be behind the camera, but I feel like being a director or a writer, you're gonna have to know a little bit about acting in order to, get something out if you're working on a project that involves actors.
Yeah, go ahead. Carry on with your flex.
I just kind of wanted to point out, like, I like how this guy, this Joker, is moving. It's both like kind of cavalier and like devil may care, kind of swaying and stuff, but
it's also graceful and deliberate. Yeah.
That, but also somewhat predatory as well, like an dog, rabid dog.
What it is? Go ahead.
No, it's just like a rabid dog in a cage, kind of.
Well, but it's also like, regardless of whether there's an audience around him or not, everything for him is a show.
Right.
Like he's always the clown. He's always putting on a show.
All right. Other than that, I don't really have anything to say here per se. So
Batman.
Banana.
Serial killer.
I like how his first. I like how his first word is, present. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, he's subtly mocking him already. Yeah.
Honestly, that's not how I got. That's not what I thought when I first heard that. Because you know how like.
Okay, go. What
Well,
did you hear?
But that's not what. It's not what I heard. Like I heard the same thing. I just how I interpreted it differently. I guess is. And like what came after, it's almost their first anniversary. So, um, Joker and Batman. It's always been like that. To Joker, it's always been like this, either like this really fucked up friendship or this really like fucked up romance.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like I'm gonna sound like such a early 2000s noob when I say this, but does anyone remember the song "Bad Romance"?
Lady Gaga, right?
I think so.
I hear them,
That's
like
always
it's like one of those
that's
songs.
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's like one of those songs that you hear so often, but you can't remember any of it.
Tune out eventually. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's always been kind of the context and the subtext of Batman and the Joker, and I love how they play with it in the Lego Batman movie. Like, you've been fighting other people this entire time? Yes, I didn't know we were supposed to be exclusive. How dare you, you son of a bitch!
That was Zach Galifianakis who played the
Yeah.
Joker in the match.
Mm-hmm.
Like he played the Joker. Like I'm sorry, it's just I always find that funny. Anyway,
Well, even Ledger's Joker though did the whole
you complete me.
Yeah, you complete me. I don't want to kill you. I think you and I are destined to do this forever. And
Yeah.
ironically, unfortunately, because he was taken from the world of acting far too soon. Um, can you imagine the Dark Knight Rises if Heath Ledger was still alive
Oh, they're
and could have
actually
reprised his role?
the same guys who did the Batman Forever thing that I talked about like during the review.
I know the Channel Awesome team did a thing on it.
Yeah, they did. What if Joker was in Dark Knight Rises? Granted, because there was so much in that movie that they had planned out, it actually had to be put into two parts.
Well, let's be entirely honest with ourselves. If Ledger was still alive and wanted to reprise his role, which he definitely probably would have. If he was still alive and wanted to reprise his role, there's absolutely no reason why it would have been Bane instead of the Joker. Again.
Anyway,
because that would have been how I would have spun it. If Ledger was still around and could have reprised his role, I would have had Joker starts the movie inside Arkham, breaks out, and then does to Gotham what Bane did to Gotham. And in fact, I think it makes more sense for Joker to do it, because Joker would have spent the time in Arkham doing research and figuring out who Batman was, and then he could have done the whole I'm commandeering use of your armory thing.
um,
And then so on.
Okay. I also want to say this. This does strike me as like this is like true Batman Joker conversations as well. Like Joker's trying to like get a rise out of him, and Batman's just staying on topic.
The Joker's being the Joker, and the Batman is being the Batman in response.
Yeah.
And again, there is very much a really warped and fucked up sexual tension here, of like, you can tell that the Joker would almost kiss him if he could reach through the plexiglass.
Right. The true romance of Batman stories. He says very ironically. Anyway,
But is it though? Okay, now that has to be a line in a Batman comic if we ever end up getting to write it. It's like, can Selina really offer you what I could offer you, Bruce?
No, it is a deleted scene, Jack and Turtle, like of the Batman. Also, is it sexual? Why does everything have to be sexual? I mean, to be fair, like that is, I mean, really, I don't know. Like, personally,
I said there's a sexual tension. That doesn't imply they're literally going to fuck. But I definitely think the Joker, if he was able to reach through the plexiglass, would totally have stolen a kiss in this scene.
If anything else, just to fuck with him.
Yeah. Because it's essentially a kind of alpha posturing of like, I can violate your boundaries and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's really what Joker does a lot, like in any medium, really, is get real up in your face. Like it's a power move.
Well, it's like what Ledger's Joker told to Christian Bale's Batman of like, you have all these rules and you think they'll save you, kind of thing, of like, the sort of, I'll show you all your rules are meaningless, all your boundaries mean nothing, basically, and that's always been the point of the Joker of like, I'm going to show you the funny side. Come hell or high water, I'm going to make you laugh. God damn it.
Anyway, 4 minutes of this.
Yep. Batman.
Much respect.
Let me see. I'm so cheap. I thought you'd be curious.
Oh, okay. If anything else, I don't know if it's sexual or not, but I do think there's a kinship between them because, if anything, Batman's always been closer with his villains than regular people.
Well,
or
it's
family.
It's very similar with Mr. Glass and David Dunn in the Unbreakable trilogy, in M. Night Shyamalan superhero trilogy, of like, I always thought of us as friends. I think in an extremely fucked up way, the Joker does consider Batman friends, because the thing is, friendship is something you have between equals, and I think that's what bonds the Joker and Batman together, because I think that's part of the Joker's point of like, when push comes to shove, all we have is each other, because nobody else can match us.
Yeah.
Nobody else but you is my equal. we're equal opposites of each other, and that's why I care about you, kind of thing.
Yeah.
In other words, remember in the episode of the animated series where everyone thought Batman was dead, and the Joker's actually getting away with a bank robbery, and he realizes that Batman isn't coming, and he gets really depressed, and he goes, "Put the money back in the vault," and Harley's like, "Well, but Mr. J, we're actually getting away with it. Put the money back in the vault. Without Batman, crime has no punchline." I.e., it if I didn't have you, there'd be no reason for me to do any of this.
Yeah. I'm not really gonna talk about the makeup just yet because it's not good.
It's not a good moment for it, but yeah, I have things to say about the aesthetics when we do get there. But anyway, Batman.
I actually want to point out something here that I liked with this brief interaction as well.
Okay. Cool.
I like how in a certain way, Batman was also kind of appealing towards Joker's ego a bit by saying, "I thought you'd be curious."
Well, and I think again there's a parallel here between this and the Hannibal Lecter franchise that I think might be deliberate. Because there's a scene in the prequel movie, The Red Dragon, where Will Graham, played by Ed Norton, goes to see Dr. Lecter, and his first gambit of trying to convince Lecter to help him is basically, I thought you might like the chance to figure out if you're smarter than the guy we're searching for.
Yeah, but I will say this scene is like tense, even when it's not. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I know I'm making a lot of references to other things, but you have to understand that for me to compare anything to the Hannibal Lecter franchise is one of the highest compliments that I can give anything, because the Hannibal Lecter franchise, the trilogy, Red Dragon, Silence of the Lambs, and Hannibal, is probably my favorite horror franchise, period. And it was the very first horror franchise I ever got interested in. So for me to compare anything to the Hannibal Lecter trilogy is fucking one hell of a compliment.
Right. No, I don't have anything else.
Yep. Batman.
No.
Don't you? You have pictures.
Oh God, I love that line. I love that line so much.
Yeah, you have pictures, God. But also, like, the whole, you think I get off on this stuff?
Don't you?
Yeah, like,
Perfect.
yeah, that's totally Batman and Joker there. Like,
yeah, it is, and it's also, again, it's straight out of Red Dragon. Is that the case file with photos? Let me keep them, and I might consider it. No.
yeah. Like, you're really seeing, like, again, this is like the beginning of their dynamic, their relationship, so to speak.
Yeah, and they're already bickering like an old married couple. It's glorious.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna briefly mention this because I know, like, this Joker didn't fall into a vat of chemicals. I think Matt Reeves said that specifically, which is a bit unfortunate, but I'm willing
to. Because that's what I thought the discoloration and shit was the chemical burns.
I think he ripped his hair out, actually.
But what about the skin? His skin is also fucked up.
That's a deformity, I think.
See, because when I first watched this, one of my reactions was, and I saw it, and nobody else on the stream saw it, was, oh, so this version of Joker actually did fall into the vat of chemicals, because those are obviously chemical burns on both his skin and his hair.
No, he has like the man who laughs kind of thing with his face. It's like it's in a constant smile.
Yeah, he has a constant rictus grin.
Yeah. I think like the scarring and stuff on his face is like because of the irritation that constant smiling would do on his skin. And that's he just kept scratching at it. Like if you notice like his fingernails and hands and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's like and I think he's pulled out chunks of his hair and stuff for various reasons. I think that's why like his head looks so malformed. Plus the rictus grin.
See, again, I thought that was like a
Well, the hair is green, so yeah, I kind of assumed that too. And like,
yeah, I assumed chemical burns, and like I assumed the plastered on grin was a side effect of essentially a stroke, because
he was born with it, actually, as Matt Reeves mentioned it, as like his entire life he was born with that kind of permanent smile on his face.
And so he decided to put on a happy face.
Well, that, and also learn how to read people and be able to understand and get inside people's heads and stuff.
Which again is very much the Lecter influence, and I love it.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we?
Batnana.
Batnana.
Violence. It's so baroque.
And again, the little flecks of like almost Lecter shining through, of like he's giving an artistic criticism of somebody else's crime, of like, it's so baroque. Goddamn, I love it so much.
Right. I also like the kind of laugh. It's like we'll hear it more later, but I like the kind of it's not like over the top.
No, and it almost sounds a little painful, actually.
Yeah, almost like what Arthur had, but
Yeah,
not.
the pseudo Bobar affect, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh god.
But it's also, but I'd also say like he's not even like it's not even like a genuine laugh. It's just like almost like a laugh of
a chuckle. Yeah, it's like
like a pretentious laugh, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's a laugh at your expense, basically. It's like, you think you're so clever.
Yeah. Anyway. Shall we?
Banana?
Banana.
Oh, everything's got puzzles to it. So ridiculous. Like you've been planning this your whole life. I know he is.
Yeah, it's so interesting on how like you really can gauge his intelligence here.
Yeah.
Like it's really on the level. Like it's on the level. Like I'm sure some would say, even maybe a little bit above Batman's.
Which it's supposed to be, because Batman has a detective level intelligence, but he also has physical force. Joker has no physical force.
Well,
but he also doesn't need it.
yeah, true. To be fair, I like when Joker can match Batman. Granted, skills and tactics are different, but can at least match him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't have anything else. Don't.
Again, I'm like there's so many subtle little influences from other really great masterminds. Like I'm all like looking at it here, I'm almost getting like Mr. Glass vibes from M. Night's superhero trilogy.
Yeah.
And granted, I'm sure Mr. Glass was partially inspired by the Joker, so it's not is not entirely a pure homage or anything. That one I don't think is intentional. It's just it's interesting to have, a mad genius who who despite being freaking insane is still so many steps ahead of you that I I'm sure as soon as Batman opened the folder, he had already worked everything out, and now he's just slowly drawing out the explanation so that he has more excuse to rile up Batman.
Joe?
Yep, Batman.
Batman.
Oh, he's nobody once he's quiet. The mayor, the commissioner.
It's actually a very apt description of the Riddler in this movie.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. As facile and stupid as Joker's explanations are, or as far as they seem on first blush, they're also not wrong. And I bet in the original cut of this movie, that was how we were supposed to take it. We were supposed to take it, the Joker's just riling everything up. He's trying to get inside your head. He's don't take him seriously. But then imagine imagine the version of the Batman that has this scene in it. He goes to see the Joker to basically get the you know get inside the mind of a madman by getting advice from another madman, in the same way as Clarice does with Lecter and like Will Graham does with Lecter. Now he goes. Joker toys around with him a little bit, or what he thinks is he just toys around with him for a little bit. But then at the end, when everything about the Riddler is revealed, you realize the Joker was not wrong and was actually playing with you by actually giving you exactly the information you wanted. It's like I don't think anyone but me remembers a Pirates of the Caribbean 4. The love interest from that movie tells Jack Sparrow that she's the daughter of Blackbeard, and he of course thinks she's lying to him. So he tries to tell Blackbeard that she's lying to him when he meets him later, and then Blackbeard just blows him off, and Jack goes to her and asks, like, I tried to snitch on you and it didn't work. And she goes, no, I actually truly am the daughter of Blackbeard. And he goes, you lied to me by telling me the truth? Do you mind if I use that? And that's exactly what the Joker's doing here. He's playing games with Batman, not because he's telling him bullshit, but because he knows Batman is gonna think he's telling him bullshit. And only after the fun, quote unquote, has happened, is Batman gonna realize, shit, the Joker told me everything I wanted to know. And if I had just listened and played it straight, I could have stopped this whole thing. Meanwhile, the Joker is laughing in his cell because he knows Batman is going to be cynical and skeptical about everything he says. So he's not going to take his advice seriously. He is going to think it's just him playing around. And then only after it's too late to stop anything is he going to realize, no, he actually was just straight up with me. Shit.
Giant Turtle people like Joker and Riddler also have all these rules they impose on themselves, though they also have the advantage of pre-made plans and initiative when Batman has to react and uncover.
I mean, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
I don't have anything to say that, really. Anyway, shall we?
Yep.
Batman.
Batman.
You think it must be like, oh, this is very, very personal. He feels these people have more wrong than him. Probably goes way back. When he was born, stole much money.
Again, where's the lie?
Yeah. Yeah, this guy sounds like Barry Cohen.
Yeah. Coogan, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, Barry Keoghan. I don't fucking know. Keoghan. He's having a lot of fun in this role, I can tell.
Well, why the fuck wouldn't you? He gets to play both the Joker and also kind of Hannibal Lecter by proxy at the same time. It's glorious.
Right. Honestly, seeing this makes me really feel bad for her that he had to play Druig in Eternals.
Eternals.
Yeah.
Which just proves how wasted his potential was.
How wasted everyone's potential was. Actually,
well, yeah, it was a waste of everyone's potential, but in particular, you had a guy who had this performance in him, and you only managed to get that out of him? What the hell, Chloe Zhao?
Well, to be
Granted,
fair,
there are a lot of things that make me want to scream, what the hell, Chloe Zhao, in relation to Eternals, but whatever.
Right, well, I'll be honest, he was one of the better parts of that movie, so.
Which isn't saying much, because nobody came off looking good at the end of that movie. Anyway, Batnana.
Yeah, Batnana.
Moisturize me. Maybe he's a fan of yours? Or maybe he's got a grudge against you too. Maybe you are the main course.
See, he's right on both accounts in context to the movie. Because
Where's freaking Larry? Yeah, it's glorious. Not for nothing, but I don't think I've ever laughed this hard at any incarnation of the Joker. Well played, Mr. J.
What's weird is this with those lines and like how they're delivered. It kind of makes me think: does the Joker know who Batman is? Granted, the Joker doesn't care because he's only interested in really Batman. But
I think he has potential to know who Batman is. I think he's figured out Batman's psychology is what's happened. Like he's been able to deduce some things, but I don't think he's put two and two together and therefore he must be Bruce Wayne. Probably because he just didn't bother. Like, yeah, I can tell that he's a rich kid. I can tell he has all this money. I can tell this. I can tell that from it. Like I can tell he's a traumatizable brat, but other than using that as punchlines for jokes, what the fuck do I care?
yeah, Yeah, I got none.
Yeah, but suffice it to say, I get this joke. I get it so much, and I love it. I love that I get the joke.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we?
That Nana.
No.
Really? You're not so ahead of the curve. But something is different this time. This is very upsetting to you. Let's get back to it. You want so much more going on here, Tom.
Dude, that is the way he added such like childish whimsy and almost awe and excitement to that line.
I love it. I love it so much. I want this in the movie. God damn it.
It's so Joker, you know?
Like you guys all know, or you will if you've ever watched any older episodes of this show, how much I absolutely adore Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. I love Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. But if we must have another Joker this soon, I am so glad it was this one. Or it will be, if they ever get around to putting him in a goddamn movie.
Right. Okay, so I kind of want to get this out of the way just because I don't want to see any other way because I don't want to drag it out on the end. I get why this scene was cut.
No, I get it. I get it too because the movie was already 3 fucking hours, and you didn't want to overshadow the other villains by introducing another version of Joker, and it also might be too soon after Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, and blah blah blah. Like there are practical reasons why this Joker isn't included in the final cut of the movie. But
like it's a good scene. I'm not saying it's not, but full disclosure, this adds nothing really. Maybe interaction between the Joker and Riddler at the end, sure. But
I mean, it adds a little bit in the sense of, in the same way that other parts of the movie take influence from Seven or Jigsaw or Zodiac, or in the same way that other parts of the movie take influence from those movies, this scene right here is totally a homage of Silence of the Lambs or Red Dragon.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it would have kind of completed the set of Matt Reeves' influences, and it also would have added a killer. And I'm gonna sound like the Joker when I say this, but this scene in the investigation portion of the movie, mixed with the ending of the movie, is one killer punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not usually on the Joker side philosophically or anything, but god damn it, this Joker might be the one that converts me to the Joker's point of view. God damn it! Oh, I love this Joker so much.
Anyway, shall we?
Yeah, Batman.
Emma.
What are you here to talk about? You know exactly how he thinks. Have you read this file? He's got so much color. Masked Avengers. So he's even more righteous.
You know what's weird? I can somewhat get subtle hints of get subtle hints of jealousy as he says that, you know?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Trying to turn on no indicator. We have enough chaos with Chrono.
Okay, fair enough. But god damn it, this Joker is actually the funniest Joker I think we've ever gotten. This is the first Joker that actually made me laugh organically. God damn it, I love this Joker.
True. Yeah, I think
Like,
it's
this
just
Joker doesn't need laughing gas. I'm gonna die laughing just from how fucking hilarious he is.
in like a very dark way. Obviously, it's like
Well, I have a very dark, fucked up sense of humor, which is why I think I can see where this joke is coming
I
from.
meant overall in like the description of why he's hilarious. It's like it's a very dark kind of humor
Yeah,
because
it's he's doing what the Joker is best at, which is poking Socratic fun at the stupidity of society. It's like what Ledger's Joker always talked about, which is their morals, their code is a bad joke. I'll show you when the chips are down, they'll eat each other. Um, or like when he's talking to Harvey with um the schemers, and how everyone is a schemer, and I just take the plan and I turn it on itself. This Joker is actually doing what Ledger's Joker talked about doing, and it's glorious. He actually is like he's actually walking the walk instead of just talking the talk. Like he's actually going through the process of poking holes in the system, and it's enjoyable.
yeah, he's.
And yes, I'm probably sympathizing with the Joker too much, but leave me alone. Let me have the joke, goddammit.
Shall I?
Batman.
No.
Oh, you afraid it makes you look soft. Wasting my time.
Huh. It's weird, like when he says those words, you could hear kind of like a growl getting into his voice. Like it's getting deeper a bit.
Yep. There is a serious dark underbelly to all that humor.
Yeah. Which is why
again, very good for an incarnation of the Joker.
Right, which is why I think Batman is turning around because he notices that.
Yeah. It's kind of a what just happened kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Batman.
Well, I was gonna say like,
Okay.
God damn, the subtleties in this. It's.
I know.
Like,
and going back for a second because I missed yet another possible homage. The whole "have you read the file" thing. In Silence of the Lambs, he says to Clarice, "I've read the case files of you." So yeah, again, another great homage, which either is the Joker being a savvy, like genre-aware person, because this might very well be the genius level super sane version of the Joker that is so intelligent that he actually becomes meta aware, or kind of like Robin Williams' Genie, or it might just be the writers being extremely savvy and making references that only the diehard Hannibal Lecter fanboys will get. But I got the joke. Just so we're clear, if Matt Reeves ever sees this, I got the joke, Matt. Well done.
Anyway, no.
Yeah.
No.
That Nana.
I think you don't really care about his motives, whether he loves or hates you. I think somewhere deep down, you're just terrified. Because you're not sure he's wrong.
Okay, so we got a little. I don't know. Do you want to know the makeup now or wait until he smiles?
We can talk about the makeup now.
Okay. I like it, but I also okay. So I'm kind of on the fence. Like I do like it because it's an interesting take. However, I have seen someone's argument about it regarding like several iterations of the Joker that had this kind of more malformed look.
Mm-hmm. Well, also keep in mind they wouldn't let him wear makeup in the cell, probably. So
Fair enough. That is
But
fair.
he still might use white makeup to kind of cover his um burns and malformations and stuff.
Okay. Really fair. I think it's it's one of the more terrifying versions of the Joker I've seen in live action. And we see hints of the green hair. And it's not like faded like Heath Ledger's kind of was, or like neon green like Jared Leto's.
Yeah, no, it's not trying to be subtle. This is a thing that This is a thing that could exist, but it's also a thing that's meant to draw your eye.
Yeah.
Because I get the feeling that you could almost sub caption or subtitle every scene that has this version of the Joker in it with "That's the joke," because everything about him is meant to scream "That's the joke" at you.
Right. But you can also see like the scabs and scars, which looks like he's kept scratching. And I've actually done this to my legs. When I get like this really bad itch on my leg and accidentally like create scabs on my legs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do the same thing with calluses on my feet.
Yeah. And so I think it's interesting and like it again adds more to like the terrifying, creepy factor of the Joker.
It also might allude to a one bad day. Like maybe one day he went so insane that he just dug at his own flesh.
Right. And again, like he has that kind of deformity, the birth defect thing of like he cannot stop smiling, like literally, like
Yeah.
the man.
And for what it's worth, as somebody who was a preemie and was born with a disability because of the result of being a preemie, even that is something I find a little bit relatable.
Yeah.
Not quite as relatable as Mr. Glass, because I think Mr. Glass might be the most relatable villain in movie history for me. But nevertheless,
I don't have anything else to say, Don.
We've only seen one scene with the dude, and I already love this Joker. We
Right.
need more of this Joker.
Yeah.
Batman.
Batman.
You think they deserved it, huh? You think they deserved it?
Okay. Either the way he's delivering them, why he's delivering them, or just the infectiousness of his laugh, I don't know, but this is the first Joker to actually make me laugh. So kudos, Matt Reeves. You actually did what no other version of the Joker has actually managed to do. You made a Joker who's actually fucking funny.
Right. I don't have to say, like, if he's already in Arkham right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of makes me wonder what the fuck did he do to get put in there?
Well, and what's more, I'm sure partially it was just to make the reference, the various Lecter references, but whatever he did was bad enough that they're treating him in regards to like containment protocols like freaking Hannibal Lecter.
I mean, they did move to a cell that looks like to be the cell, not a cell, but like one of those visitation rooms that Riddler was in to speak with Batman.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's
Like this isn't normal. This isn't normal high security. This is high security plus a bunch of extra measures. So whatever he did must be on relative par with your average Hannibal Lecter.
I'm feeling like it's a lot of dead bodies.
Uh-huh.
And
And how much do you want to bet it's death by laughing gas?
anyway, I think we can kind of end it now.
Yeah. But that's one thing I wish they would focus on more, because apart from occasionally in the animated series, the like Joker's use of laughing gas to kill people with laughter is always treated kind of like a joke. And it'd be nice to see, especially in this universe, if people got to see the actual horrifying repercussions of laughing yourself to death.
Which actually can happen.
Yes.
It's actually legit that can happen. Mostly just
especially if it's assisted by laughing gas, because you can literally asphyxiate from lack of oxygen if you are heavily enough dosed with laughing gas.
Right.
For long enough, anyway.
So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
the joke is on you. Now fuck off.